So, do you think I'm right? I am right. Right? Humans on this planet are the most savviest beast. Right? Even though we claim we're so loving, we can be this, we can be that. We can be, but are we? Right? And I know humans are the biggest hypocrites, most of them as well. Right? This is massly. Right? So if you look at the whole group, this is how we treat animals by the mass, how they act in mass. Hey, because some animals can be a lion and doesn't really act like a lion. True, it does that. But we'll still treat it like a savage lion, won't we? Because that's humans. They're very, very hypocritical. And they don't even realise it. They love it. They'll say, no, we're not, and try to give you a story that they're not hypocritical. But they actually are. Right? So imagine a lion suddenly got upgraded. Right? Like our story does. Right? Or imagine another species that were around but kept hidden. Say they were underground or something like that. If they come out and they're more smarter and tougher, does that mean they can use us as cattle? They don't look like us. They might even be different. True? And would they have to say to us, don't tell us that we can't use you. I don't want to hear your bullshit rules why you kill. I'll tell you why I'm killing you then. Right? I don't want to hear your little pussy soft talk. Oh, but I do it this way. You do it this way. No. How would you like that? Would you think it's fair? Do you think it's fair what you do to the animals by not having a decent life and the way you can control them because they're going to be meat? So why give them a decent life? Would you like aliens to do that to you? And when they do, and you're in that cage and you're screaming, right, like the aliens have done in movies before where they go, you know that movie? Then they pick you up. When you're in that cage, you know what you need to think? Maybe this is our karma. Maybe God did this to teach us a fucking lesson. What would you think? Or would you think, oh, this is unfair. Oh, why me? Like a poor animal does. Just think about things, humans. We've got all this knowledge and we don't even use it right. Why is that? Why do we have rules so fucked up and screwed up and shit where we're so right and our leaders are so right? Right? Why? Because we think we are. That's the truth. We live mostly in a world of illusions and we don't solve nothing until those things are in your face that you illusion away, which is freedom and rights. And you don't really speak about it because it's not bothering you. The time it does, it'll only be you and everyone else will do a you and you'll just get into trouble and life goes on, you see? Because no one stands up completely, right? Definitely when it comes to rights. When it comes to rights and people doing the right thing and have done nothing wrong to people except talking about the rights, right? And the only wrong they did was a little bit of retaliation because other people smacked them in the mouth, so they smacked them back, right? And then you just go, oh, they're a hitter. No, they're not a hitter because you hit them first. But anyway, that's what humans are good at. Talking shit. That's my opinion. Anyway, have a good one. And I have a better life when they're not around using me. Right? I can talk about how many stories I've had where I've gone out and helped people because I thought if you help them, one day it'll come back. And I did 5-10 years of all this help. And then when I finally need help, I got a couple little help for a little bit of nothing where I did it for years. And then I hear nothing. And then when I desperately need help and I ask later, still nothing. I've been asking people for help for about a year now. And most of the time get nothing. Absolutely nothing. Except excuses like I'm busy or I've got to go to work. I'm at work. I did those things when I was helping. In fact, I helped more when I worked because I was able to help more when it comes to getting around and doing things. But fuck these people. Fuck humans. Most of them, of course. And I can't wait till they all grow the fuck up and education allows them to do that properly. Because the way we sit around and repeat things over and over again, if you repeat, you don't learn, do you? Why do we have the same ads, same bullshit? I can look at TV 2 years later and go, holy fucking shit, the same playing the same ads, same shit. That's how you keep people the fucking same. Keep watching the same movies. Good luck.
Through word of mouth, through talking about it. Like this
They're
person's
watching our
like, this
evil
person isn't
tactics.
very brilliant.
So let's talk about them.
They'll be talking it and they'll be telling on themselves.
Don't you? Look at them
Have you
all.
ever met one of those? I've met several. People that just tell on themselves, like, let's trust your intuition and dreams. What's this about? Look, the tower. What did I say? The tower.
What's this about? Look at nosy fuckers, aren't they?
Because that came up.
And they think they can do whatever they want too.
You peep something.
So unless you have more people report, they will. Because that's how the system works, people.
No, I don't even want you to know.
Unless you have 100,000 people complain about a clip, or unless you're an important person that complains, because I bet you if you're an important person you complain, I bet you it'll get shut down. Right? It won't get shut down. That's just how it rolls, people. I'm not stupid. Right? But I know that I've done my part. Right?
I even be with you?
So have a good one.
Yeah, bitch. That's what I'm saying. Us girlies gotta stick together, or us males gotta stick together.
That's what you call
gotta stick together.
doing the wrong thing, speaking like that in the end. Because when you stick
Monkey
together
see,
and
monkey
you're
do.
sticking together in the wrong area, that's what
501,
countries are doing all at the
competition.
moment.
Look, you are
Sticking
the
together
competition.
too much with their own ways.
Monkey see, monkey do. You are the competition. 501.
But everyone does their own thing, I get that. But that's what I am, and I've never been such things, and I've never done such things. And I don't think I'll ever do such things. So, yeah. But, who are you? I don't care. You can tell me. But I'm just letting you know. And I've tried to let people know, but a lot of times you need full somatics sometimes. Full somatics. And I've talked about partnerships and how partners is and what love is and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not bisexual and I'm not gay and I don't mind those type of people. Right, I'm with one. It's bisexual. Right. And I don't share my partner with other partners, like partners being, dudes and dudes, because, I don't do that kind of thing, the sharing, but some people do. Right. But I do go with love, and if anything would happen in the future where I'd have more than one partner, it's possible. That and that, that's all I say, because there's something I like to check out and know when it comes to is certain things possible and true. And so I talk and speak about certain things. Would like to know certain people that may go through those certain things to know things. Other than that, I'm all cool when it comes to life and getting what I'm happy with and what you got. Have a good one. Bye. Other people out there with similar diseases than CF, how do you see the world? Do you just want to keep fighting in such a world that just fights and tricks and manipulates? Or do you hang on mostly for family in this world? Is family the only thing we have in this world? How do you see it when you're dying in this world? Look, I don't know when I'm going to die. All I know is I don't feel that well a lot, and I have CF, and CF can attack at any moment. So we look at life differently, don't we? But how can you feel stronger in this world with wars and everything going on, people? Does it make sick people want to hang on? Or does a loving world and a world where we know people have common sense and things are done right, would you think in that world people might live longer because they want to be in such a world? happens a lot. Gives you a scare a little bit because you don't know what's happening and your chest feels funny. But it could be a flush out, as I've had it a few times before. So I'm hoping it's that. And when it comes to CF, it could be many things. But anyway, life is like that. That's why you should always live to the fullest, isn't it? But a lot of people don't get that until they realise that life is short and things can happen. Anyway, people, have a good one and see you later. I hope people understand the moves I do and the way I forgive. Well, it's a start for me. Maybe in the future I'll do things differently. But we've got to start somewhere, don't we? And this is where I start. I like to do things to help educate, but not hurt and destroy. And so things don't have to be up forever. I don't put things up to make money, even though it hasn't made money. Even if it did, I would be still doing the same moves. Probably would have went off earlier, because I would have to sort out things a bit quicker. But anyway, have a good one, everyone, and see ya. Alright, charities. Now once again, everything is linked like a chain. So if you can fix up further, you can fix up down below. When it comes to charities and you have high inflation, means everything is costly. The only thing that we've known for a while now, or I've known all my life, and probably about 50 years, is that when you need help or try to get help, food is the easiest of all the help. And that's a start. Because when food costs are expensive, that helps you pay other bills and other things. You can get your food for free or down to a minimal cost. And so when you have high inflation, you'll have a lot of people going to food bank. High inflation also causes lower jobs as everything gets harder. So once again, if we had cheaper electricity and it was cheaper for companies, could we help that problem be not so high? Maybe a very cheap electricity bill could go towards food. True. They're the things I'm talking about when it comes to, if you can go higher, you can fix a lot of things down below. What's the use of fixing all these things down below and talking about and arguing when you can just go higher and solve them all? Know what I mean? But food bank going up, expected. I had to go there a few times myself this year. So other people going doesn't surprise me, as it's a wise thing to do, and that's the only thing that's offered. So it's a start, isn't it? Anyway, that's for the food section. Bye bye. Just like the news twist things with disinfectant, they want to inject disinfectant, you're gonna make sure you give people somatics right there in their face, as short as possible, because they've got very short attention spans, don't they? These people that we're dealing with, when it comes to solving issues. So you got to make their job easy, don't we? Now, it depends on who you're talking to about making their job easier. But hey, you got to get something done. They say you got to do it yourself. True? If it's not getting done, Should we have a person with a Bible read them some scriptures? Would that help them? How far does that get? Doesn't it usually take more than just words when it's really bad? Anyway, have a good one. G'day everybody. You wonder why I stopped doing what I'm doing. Now, you tell me that this reading here does not relate to what I'm doing. Or can. You get it? So, this could be someone talking about things I've posted, couldn't it? Not only just this one, but pretty much every single reader I can find. This collective. Like I've said, you guys make your opinion. I've talked about that I'd like donations to help me out in what I do. Every single group that starts in this world, including these hypocrites right here, asks for donations, right? To help what they do. But if you're a group that was jealous that someone else might get donations instead of you so much, what would you say? And how would you make propaganda against the other person? Who's never received anything yet, by the way, when it comes to donations. As they've seen, I made a file talking about it as I do a playlist. Can someone help me? A while back, right? That's how you can get this story here, if you don't understand that part. And then I got rid of it because I was hearing things like this then. And I stopped. You can go back and check things out if they've left it up at all. And so I approached in a different way to show people that I'm not a scammer and I just wanted a partnership, right? But in the end, these people and everyone else that I've talked to either didn't care what I had to say, twisted my words, and attacked me on it. Pretty hilarious, hey? When I was mentioning way back then, you know, if people could start Matrix religion and stuff like that, I was talking to people honest about things, about how I felt about what happens in this world. And I said, maybe I could start something if people can do it that easy by spreading my word, and it might happen by starting with donations. Who out there likes the way I speak about religion and believing? Thinking my way was better than just the Matrix, right? And other religions out there that contradict themselves. I made sure whatever I'm doing does not contradict me. And if I do, I will apologise and make sure I do not do it again, as I allow you to rip my contradictions. Knock yourself out. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm doing. Trying to start something new. You have to start somewhere, don't you? But if you're poor people, what happens when you try to start something new? I've talked about it in many videos about what bullies do when you try to start something new. And it's sad, isn't it? It's better off that these people just help people and get along with people instead of getting jealous and envious and attacking because they're not getting what they want. That's my opinion. Have a good one and see you later. Oh, today's comments, everybody. It's not quite straight there for you. Here we go. What we got here? Back. Well, I guess I better not give up on my day job. Lucky I don't have one. I just go here, there, whenever I feel like it, I guess. Because, you know, when you're healing and you're crook against fibrosis and you're going through issues that may be extreme or not, you don't worry about things like that. Anyway, have a good one, everybody. Bye. G'day, everybody. I want to talk about technology and why we never should go full technology when it comes to our money. Right? And you know why? Because it's unreliable, just like the debates going around, everyone. And I'm going to give you a point right now. So it's good timing with the debates about should we get rid of money or currency, right? And go digital with the currency. No bloody way will I vote to go digital for currency. Ever. Because you lose power. And you can be taken over really easy. Okay, people? And this is why. We went to go out the shop. We wanted to go get some things. We like to transfer money across from one account to the other. Because of all this digital bullshit that's going on. We have to keep money in a certain account. And me and friends of mine all do it. Definitely if you shop online, you have to put your money in a certain account because it's so easy to hack. It's so easy to fuck up shit. It's so easy to steal it, right? Than actually have the money in your hand. It's better that way, right? Makes you feel more that you can go get stuff whenever you want. You don't have to worry about things overloading and shutting down, right? So when it comes to that, people, have a really good hard think about voting for just our currency going digital. Good hard think. Because if you do, you're voting for your kids' future to be screwed around very easy, right? So if that happens in the future, and who knows how long it can happen for, what would happen? Your people have no money. Definitely if it's been around for a while, so money's totally gone, right? You'll have no money. What can you do? So now we're lucky enough to go ask for someone else who's got money or something like that, right? So we can still go get something. But when that happens, well, you don't need a phone company to be down on that one either. So you can have phone companies to go down that can make sometimes bank things not work, apparently. But they go down by themselves too. So it's just problems after problems. Now things sound cool and they're easy to use, yeah, but you never rely on them because they have faults. And they probably always will because it's so easy to contaminate. But anyway, people, have a good one. I thought I'd tell you that. We're screwed for the night to get what we needed. We can wait a little bit longer. We might get lucky. It might just come back in time. But we'll see. But have a good one. Bye-bye. Just for some fun, hey? But I did find a pendant, a wooden turtle one. Just past on High Street up here. Just past the memorial and the bend there. In front of an old at the post office coffee shop there in the corner. That's where I found the necklace, and then I cleaned it up a bit when I got home, as I like to clean things, and we put it up on Facebook and I put it up on YouTube if anyone's lost it. But then we decided to take it into the police. We had no response, and then I was going to go pick it up. The police sent me a text back to come pick it up, but I work late and I got in on time. They give you a time, come in between 5 and 6 like that. It was before 4, and I got in before 4 a few times, but they're a little bit like shops these days where they give you a time to come and see us before 4, but when you get there 10 to 4, quarter to 4, they say, oh sorry, we're not meant to help you, as we pack up and we're gone by 4 kind of thing. So it's actually a fake time limit, and you need to come way before 4 if you actually want to come to the shop and shop for real. So that's what the police do. Isn't that funny how the world's becoming like that? Oh, we're open from 9 till 4. But if you get there too early from 9, they're not open in some cases. They just start to do their work at 9. Some of them do a little early and some of them knock off right time. And I'm talking about a lot of cases in a lot of areas that I've noticed that do a similar thing. Because like I said, if people do things and get away with it, other people might follow and use the same sort of excuses as other people do it. And they go, well, other other companies are doing it. Don't you get it yet? Why do we all have to get it? Can't we have these times that are real? Get in before 4, and if you're there before 5, before 4 or whatever, you're still able to get what you needed because you're in there before that time. Isn't that what times are meant to be all about, people? But it doesn't work that way. As you watching my videos, you'll see me go to pick up it a few times. And I got there a little early each time, but it didn't matter. And then I, was busy and not so important to quickly go run to the police station, right? And I thought they would hold it. But then when I went to go pick it up the third time, I think it was, they destroyed it. As, there's too many chefs in the pot, and they don't spread things around, and other police officers might talk about it, but then another police officer goes and destroys it. You know what I mean? So they're the things that I like to see get fixed, and are simple things that proper leadership can easily fix. True, people? And that's why I like to talk about a lot of situations and talk to people about similar situations, and try to get a conversation started in certain things, like I'm trying to do right here with a person that never comments me back, so it doesn't hurt what kind of comments that I can start giving out. Hey, I might even start giving out some crazy stuff just to see what they would say, as I don't get comments back very often. But anyway, people, I was going to change that turtleneck lace just before you see those clips of me going to pick it up from the police station. You will see me made a clip about it and talk about that very necklace, and you will see it, and me how I was going to change that necklace. It never got around to that. And the necklace is apparently destroyed, I was told. So there'll be no fixing that necklace. And if that was cursed, we'll say with this thing here, I won't say that it was cursed, would that mean, Bella, that they hold the curse will be forever with them? How would you fix that? Does someone else have to bring something along or something to end that curse? If that was a curse, Bella, that one's for you. Anyway, have a good one, everybody, and bye. I have nothing to say because the comments will explain. And my say will be in the future. Because once you've gone through so much for so long, you just get over repeating somatics. If they want to look, check out my channel. You might get some answers and things I say in it, of who I am and what I do. And everyone knows what happens to people who really try to change things for real in life. What happened to all these great leaders? And what do you think would probably happen today? Would you think anyone wants to be a great leader because of what happened previously? Maybe that might be the problem in this world today. Everyone doesn't want to die. Becoming this true and honest person might just get you killed, apparently. Oh, sorry, it's not apparently. Then you wonder why we don't have what we need to have, people. Just think. And let me know in comments what you think. Am I right or wrong? Please, don't give me smart-ass comments in other little things. Let me know in this one. And anyone who has given me a smart-ass comment, give me a comment in this one, please. I'd love to hear it, of what you think and what reality you're in and what you believe is freedom. And let me know what you believe is what control is and how they can do it. Let me know if you would find a realer person out there. Let me know about them so I can communicate with them, please. Instead of just communicating with these facades. Have a good one. Bye. Guys, I was hoping something would happen. And it happened! She's laughing too. What's this? It wouldn't let me send it. I deliberately did it twice, funny. And then I thought, hey, I wonder if I can edit it. Will they think I fucked up? And will it screw up if that's true?
some rules here. That's why
And look.
power is coming so big. That's why.
Amazing. Right, you don't have to believe that thought, but it's true. That's why I'm flying in with it, right? Like, what a joke. Like, I don't even have to... I can leave it there. We'll just leave it there. Because this video will explain. But, yeah, there you go. Sorry, the light's on at the moment. Hilarious! I just keep getting it for myself all the time. It's what beats me up. It's like, boom, boom, boom. I get clarity all the time. I get some proof. I get yes. I'm like, man, they do it every time. It's fucking hilarious. It was just working before. See you later. Motherfucker, you know, you sound so gangster, Bella, and you need to calm down with threats and we're coming in, we're going to get them. No, you know, that's not divine talking, it's gangster talking. Thinking they're divine. You know when gangsters are divine, the divine gangsters? So you must be on the negative part of the divine gangsters. Right? You're not as bad as people who are just bad, right? Because you're a divine gangster, I understand. But have a good one. Yeah, I don't like putting bullet holes in the meat section either. But I tell them another way of doing things, which is let things grow a little longer, not grow, sorry, live a little longer. So all the industry has to do to change that is either keep doing the wrong thing for a while the farmers are doing the right thing, and swap over, right? Or stop doing the meat for a while, or have a break of meat because we're all on one cause, until we start having these farms have these cows at certain ages after they've had a nice life, you know, and be a little bit more fair with things. It's not hard, is it? But it's easy to get money off people and join other people's sides and go, now just leave something alone. Do you want to get to tax? That's threats when people say like that. Right? That's how we fix things, is we talk about it, isn't it? I don't want to stop nothing. Everything I talk about that I don't want to stop. I give different opportunities, different ways of seeing it and doing it. Isn't that good? It's better than just going, I want it stopped. How many leaders we hear that? I just don't want this. And then they pick out just the worst thing. Because they kill animals, you know what I mean? Don't they use that with drugs all the time? You know what I mean? I'm sick of it. When are we going to get some real leaders instead of just friggin' show ponies that all have a group? You know what I mean? The people know what I mean. But these show ponies take over everything. Are the people even seeing me because of these show ponies like to laugh behind the scenes? I'll find out once I get communication, people. And if I find out I do, and they do this, what do you think's going to happen? Do you think these show paintings would want to help me out, or do you think they'll be part of the next test where they all trick and manipulate and take over as they're driving around and around in front of my place? What do you reckon? Who are they talking about? Some of these people they talk about, pretty bloody hilarious, I reckon. But have a good one. Yeah. So what do you think I'm trying, people? So if someone thinks I'm trying, then I must be right about a lot of things that they don't like hearing. Anyway. See, right now I've got, because I've been coughing and chest is tight, so I have a touch on the middle of my chest here. I think it's maybe my belly is hanging out. It hurts from coughing so much. My lungs are sensitive and it hurts. And I don't want to take deep breaths or work too hard because I'll cough this horrible cough that has sticky phlegm and I choke on it, hey bub, and I start throwing up like last night. Yep, that's what you call a deep infection that's hanging on. That's how I see it. So I'll see how I go, but hopefully I don't wake up dead. Anyway, bye-bye. See ya. Besides financial, because if we truly wanted to get married and we're desperate and go, I've got to get married now, we've got it so right now, we want to marry now, we want to make it official. It costs us $500. It will cost. Because me and Emma, we checked it out ages ago when I mentioned it to the real estate people, that we're going to get married and we wanted to suss it all out. We had a very good discussion about it. We even had a marriage lady and old lady turn up and talk about how much it'll cost and what they can do and what they can offer to you. And we just wanted to know how much would it cost just to get married, for the paperwork to say that you're married, right? And that costs $500. It's the minimal cost to get married. We could scrape up $500 if we thought it was important to do that. But we're still going through issues and figuring out life, because you don't want to get married when you're struggling, right? Because you fight when you're struggling, true? And so it's not a good time to marry. I don't think I've heard anyone marry when they're struggling, unless you like to struggle, kind of thing. Right? And so we haven't got married yet. Right? We've discussed it and talked about it. And as far as I'm concerned, I know, Emma and me don't want to marry anyone besides ourselves, mainly, because we've got to get our head together. And we got to get to know people, and really, because that's what we're learning ourselves, that you think you like someone or whatever, but it's factuation. Everything's, you like the body, you like how they're acting at the moment and things like that. But the real them comes out over time. And it can come out again and again as people change. Some people don't change as often, some people change more often, right? And when that happens with changes, you got to get to know, can you still connect? Are they getting, more lazier and you're getting more not lazier? Are you whinging about being lazy and you get, the changes are different. It happens all the time. So if you want a really true connection, as everyone wants, everyone talks about true connection, true love, and all that kind of thing. Love at first sight. I can chuck that one in, right? Because Emma said that to me as soon as she seen me. She's like, I want to be with that guy. And it was like love at first sight. And then she ended up being with me, right? But love at first sight doesn't mean it's real love or anything either. It's just a factuation at first sight when you really think about it, and something that you want to achieve. And if you put your mind on anything, it can manifest. You can achieve things. Right? So if you want someone, you go, shit, how do I get them to like me? Right? What will I do without changing me too much? Will that person make me change for the better because I like them? Would that help me change? Will it be good for me? Will that person make me change for the worse? Will it be bad for me? Right? Do they like to promote and push me into things? Are they a pusher? Right? Are they a dominant type? All that kind of thing. What do you reckon? But anyway, there's some more truth for you. I'm happy to talk about, because I'm happy to talk about things that I want to still discuss and still discussing, right? Until I get answers. But sometimes when you're discussing things, people go behind the scenes and do another thing altogether. Like when someone goes, oh, I might come to your party, or I will come to your party, but then later on they go to someone else's party, right? Things change behind the scenes, can't it? Right? That's why it makes it hard. We're at a time where we've got the most pirates in the world, the most of all the things, and people go, well, the pirates were back in the day. No, pirates even more. We've got more people robbing people out in the ocean because we've got more people out there, and all the rest. It's nothing's changed. It's just gotten more smarter and upgraded in a lot of cases, right? And so we got to be careful as a collective. That's why being a collective and doing the right thing is not you're bad and the other kind of thing that we're getting to, or you've got better allies, and should just get to the loving collective and just do the right thing if we want a proper outcome. Anyway, have a good one, and see you later. Hopefully this will clear up when it comes to people wanting to talk behind the scenes, or when it comes to this actual reading. But I can't talk to the people in here. They can just talk and laugh and carry on, as you see down here. And we all just got a guess of what's going on. Look, see? Yeah, I talked about Bella's crew of laughter. Right? If I was talking serious things, what Bella was talking about, I wouldn't want my fans to just be laughing all the time. I'd be asking what was that laughter. Right? So there's a difference between me and Bella, hey? And if I couldn't do it, I'd have someone, definitely, if I got fans and I keep things up, and I am making money and I can afford a secretary or two, I'd get them to comment back. Right? If that's the field I'm in, and that field can supply the income to supply the comments back. You get it? Anyway, have a good one, and see you later, because I sure hope I wouldn't want to not give a comment no matter how much I'm on holidays or whatever. I'd make sure I'm onto things, like I just said, that someone else could do it, or communicate to me, because sometimes you have people to look at things so you can get the best texts, because a lot of them are the same and shit like that, so they can just go giving the same comment back, guess they're asking the same thing. So you say the same thing back, you can do that one. Saves me time. You get it? I get all these things. Right? They're not talking to an idiot. Right? Even though I pretend to be an idiot sometimes, which I do. And I'm doing that because of the mission I'm on. Because to find out if things are right and to find out if you can do the right things for people, you got to be in their shoes. So if a person was like slow, then you need to find out how the system would treat a slow person, wouldn't you? Anyway, have a good one and see you later. Now this question is for people who actually research and not just research a little bit and have a laugh and assume something with a little bit of research. This is for people who really research this question, this last one. So how do you? I know how I find particular things, and I can explain how I find them and why and who they are. So when you can find these people, how do you do that? You find out by all the traits that bad people tend to do, don't we? And then you start from there. You get suspicions. And once you get suspicions, then you watch and wait and learn. And then you get an answer. See how it goes, people? So do your research. Bye-bye. G'day, everybody. Had to redo this. It stopped on me and I was halfway through it. But yeah, we want to see these things come to an end, not only just for women, but for men too, when it comes to domestic violence or any violence. Because there's some crazy women out there, isn't there, babe? I don't know if you heard that, said yes. That are just as crazy as men. And so when it comes to domestic violence, it should always be truth and honesty, right? And facts before you do anything. So when it comes to rape claims and stuff like that, they're serious, aren't they? But that's why people need to have more cameras around. Like I want to have cameras inside the house. So if it comes to not an accident, not drunk, no real excuse why something went down, you've got it video recorded, haven't you? Right? And you can have these cameras in your house that are hooked to the internet for your family in certain spots, so if something goes down, they can't just grab your video system, people. That's how well we can set up things now. So instead of trying to get old people and old claims, which you can still try to do, is that we need to tell these people this is what you need to do when it comes to these type of situations. That way we can help you a little bit more, because you'll have more evidence and video about the situation on both sides, isn't it? Besides helping your kids about who's stealing and who's not in the house and what goes missing. Inside cameras is a good thing, I think, and I love to have them when I can afford them. But other people see their own different things. They don't like that someone might have to see them pick their nose or something. But if it's the household person who runs the house gets to see it, I see no reason why things like that don't happen all the time. You wouldn't have the Mr. Nobody when things go missing and stuff like that, would you? Unless it goes missing in the bathroom, toilet, or maybe some bedrooms you can keep private, or a corner of the camera so it doesn't see the bed. You know what I mean? But you can set up things very easy to avoid a lot of problems for the future, can't you? So why don't we promote it more? I'd love to. That'll be one thing in my campaign again. Love to promote good ideas and to help prevent problems with an easy fix. Might even give out a grant for it. You get it? Anyway, have a good one. See yous. What does that mean? An idiot turns up and goes, I'm just here to back up him, and I don't know why, but I thought he was a good mate, so I'm here. And if something goes wrong, it's because he wasn't a fucking good mate. But shit, I'm a because, right? That's what's going on. So what are you doing? Hey? Who's one of them? Who's a because? You know, becauses aren't really bright, really. It's cool to back up people and stuff, but you don't want to become a because, right? Really. People think they're cool when they do their cool moments. I've heard so many causes doing cool moments because backing up people and shit. Thought they were cool at that moment. But because of certain stupidness, it wasn't good for them. So you don't want to become a because. Always do your own wise decisions and check things. And if you're backing up someone, make sure you're backing up the right thing and the right person. Right? Not just because they're a good person, make sure what they're saying is sort of true. You could be a because they're a good person, but you might still get stuck. So go, all right, if it's something big, I'll better make sure I don't want to become a big because and get in trouble. So the small things is all cool, and I can go, oh, I was an idiot listening to him on that. All right? But you don't want to do a big because on anybody, would you? You'd want to do your research. And even the government needs to know that when it comes to their friends and things like that. True? So you don't want to become the because, do you, people? Right? So I do these kind of things because I'm not a because. Right? I make sure I research and got things to say and why I'm doing things. Right? But don't become that because. Hey Bella, try not to have a big out-of-body experience, but enjoy your life if you can, if you don't have too many of those becauses around, because those becauses causes a lot of issue in all sorts of sectors, right? And the sooner we can get rid of these becauses, the sooner a lot of sectors would be fixed. It's a real thing. So how do we get rid of becauses, people? Truth and honesty and honour. That you don't want to become it because. Have a good one. Bye. Yep. Now I want to talk about why I do different messages and not all in one like that. Just put them all in one. People will go, why don't you just put it all in one? Why don't you just do this one and do that? Right? And that's fine. Sometimes I do. Right? And sometimes I like to spread them out because I have something to say at that time, right? And so I'll put it up. And then I used to try to put them all into one. But guess what would happen a lot when I go to do that kind of thing? I've shown you before. I get this edit screw up where it won't let me edit things. And so when I can't edit things, and it happens quite a lot, and these certain times, we can call them coincidence, whatever, right? It makes me not want to edit so much if I can avoid. So what I did to find out about this edit problem is I did a lot of editing when I didn't need to in some cases. Just to find out something. And things would work, and when I don't need to, it edits. But at certain times, I wanted to make it nice if I talked about it. I want to try a certain way. And then the edit thing plays up. And because of this play up moment, I don't like to, put them all in one in the end a lot, or even try. I just stack them all up. Just going back a couple of years ago when I first started getting problems. Because it's easier just to write a message, and it also shows you roughly the person who has the clip, if they want to, if the message is interesting enough, right? It looks like you get more comments, so it's cool, right? Your comments thing is going to go up, right? And it will show you when I commented through your clip, because they have time differences, right? These comments. So, so when it comes to people knowing me, if they're not willing to work, then at the moment, definitely for me, they're not for me at this time. And I'm not willing to screw around with the other kind of things. You know what I mean? Anyway, I thought I'd chuck that out there as people might have things to say about what I do. And it's the same when it comes to the emojis. Instead of writing all the time, we could write all the time, but I go through a lot of clips, right? And a lot of times. And if I've got really nothing to say, but I want to put my sign there showing that I've been there, I'll put emoji. And emojis, I use pictures to try to show what I mean, and they can mean different things at the same different time as well. It depends on the eye of the beholder, right? A little bit of a Mr. Squiggle mystery there, isn't it? But anyway, that's what I do, and I've seen other people do similar things as well. Don't know if they were doing it before I started doing it, but I know I'm starting to see it. So it can't be that bad if other people are willing to act a similar way with lots of messages. True. We all do what we do, and we're different. If we're all the same, that'd be a boring place. There's a movie about that. World of Planes, and they're all the same, everything's the same. And they go, well, I have to read the same thing. Why do I have to do that? Well, yes, why can't I be different? Huh? If it works, be different. If it doesn't work, well, maybe don't be that different. If someone can do something better, and you want to do better, then do better. If you want to stay there, then stay there. You know what I mean? Like with technology, if we wanted to pause technology for a while so we can save on resources and waste resources, right? And go, this is what we'll have. We'll just make this for a while. Or we'll stick with this, see how we go. We might get some more jobs in fixing and maintaining things while we go through this, right? It's a small change that we know we all do. We could do. We'd hate the force to be done with it, like the end of the world thing, where people have to recycle and stuff like that. Right? It's up to us to change. To go, yeah, maybe, because you hear people all the time. Maybe a pause of technology wouldn't hurt. Maybe let them go for a little while with technology, and then when we open the pause again, you bring out the best. Right? Save a little bit of resources. That allows people to catch up with technology, allows all people to have technology, because some people can't get it for 3 or 4 years. And then when they finally get it, then there's already a 5 models ahead or something, on something they wanted ages ago. You know what I mean? Wouldn't it be good if, I'm not saying for everything, but at least for the most things, definitely homely stuff, that we able to just all able to get it for a while and know that you got it, and now you can work and not have to worry about buying the latest thing now, and you've got it all and you've worked to it, right? And now you can go holidaying with it. But you know what can happen if you always want the latest thing and you struggle with people around you and they tell you you need it and all that kind of thing, and sometimes you do to get on the internet, don't we, with the computers and that, is they make you pay for more again. Pay for more. You're trapped in a paying cycle of technology, aren't you? That's one thing we never had to worry about back in the day. And people equalised, except the difference between the extreme amount to just living all right. Right? The extreme amount back then was the kings and queens, isn't it? And the people with more land. There was less of it. Because most people could just live. All we needed was food and water and shelter. Right? And we made things fun, made life. But now we've got all these toys and they're constantly upgrading. What does that cause? Right? When it's best to just have things get released every few years. It really is. Because and I know when you do that, you'll get less money. Because you go, oh, well, I know I've got this technology now. This is what they do now, people. I've already got 4 models here. Right? They've got 4 models of phones. This phone is the latest one out. And they've got a few more in their stock. And they do this with a lot of things, right? And instead of just going to the end one and going, let's release this one, they rather sit on it for ages because they can laze around once they get these 4 models too. Right? This is a way so you can holiday and earn money. And then you go, all right, now we'll bring out this next model. All right? And when we get to about 2 models that we've got to sitting there behind, we might start doing some work to get the other models. Right? You get it? So that's a way of being slack and also making a shitload of fucking money. Definitely if you've got copyrights and stuff like that. Right, people? Anyway, don't want to play too much because, you know, I might upset people too much, too crazy. Yet I know people aren't listening at the moment. And a person that talks this kind of stuff should have backup, shouldn't it? But as long as you've got spiritual backup, I guess that's what we have in the end when we don't, do we? And that's what we rely on. Anyway, have a good one. And see you later. And I hope they help someone out there. And when it does, they will help back. Have a good one. Bye.
Hi everyone, just want to talk about eBay sellers and how some can be rude and some are all good. Now, I've just dealt with the eBay seller, which I think to me is a bit rude. So I just put in a bid for a laptop power cord because the laptop I have is old and I need a new cord because it's not charging very well. Now it says all best offer, $17.99 or best offer. So I put in a bid for $10. I know I was expecting it to be probably a bit lower than close to $18, but probably more than $10 what I offered. So I thought I'll go with 10 and then I'll make room for a bid, like a counter offer. But instead, this eBay seller has given me a counter offer of only $17.69. That's like, what, 30 cents off. Now, I said in the thing, I said, to them, I can't find the message that I sent them, but I sent a message with the bid saying, hi, good evening. Just wondering if you'd be willing, would take $10 for this. I explained that I'm on Centrelink and, obviously, because I'm on Centrelink, I'm having trouble. Like, a lot of people are having trouble there. It's not just people on Centrelink, I understand that. And I thought, and I said, just wondering if you'd be willing to take $10. And what the guy or person wrote was, I don't want to. Like, yes, I understand they don't have to give me, the offer, the product for $10, but seriously, 30 cents off. 30 cents. To me, that was just them trying to be a cunt back. Sorry about the word, cunt. Trying to be nasty back. Like, as I said, I was expecting for it to be up maybe a bit cheaper than $18. Because it says or nearest offer. But 30 cents, really? Seriously. And it's for an old laptop. Like, seriously. The product's probably not even worth $18, but seriously. And then to only give me 30 cents off because they don't want to give me it for $10. They don't have to give it to me for $10. As I said, I was making room for it to be at least probably $15 or something. But 30 cents, as I said, really. And the way they say, I don't want to, they could have just been nice and said, oh, sorry. Something like that. But to me, that was just rude. So I'm going to decline that offer, obviously, because 30 cents. I thought I'd go through them because they were a bit the cheapest and the closest to where I live. So I thought fast delivery. But no, I will see if I can find someone else. But yeah, I just thought that was a bit rude. Yeah, I just think people should be a lot nicer in the world. But it is what it is. No biggie. I'll find another eBay seller. But yeah, I just was hoping at least they would say something back. But seriously, I don't want to. I don't want to give it to you for $10 pretty much. Well, hey, it's an offer. Could have declined it and gave me a little bit better of an offer than 30 cents. But hey, as I said, it is what it is. And I explained I was on Centrelink, having a bit of trouble. My laptop's not charging very well. It is an old laptop. But hey, don't know if I left anything else out I was going to say, but yeah. I just thought, really, be a bit rude for a product. And you're supposed to be an eBay seller. And I looked at this person's, what's it called? Ratings. And they got a lot of bad ratings. So let's go to the negative ones. Basically, item description was deceptive. Person paid for, what? Items or something. The item was described as 2 times batteries, which means 2 batteries. So I paid for the items. And they sent the wrong battery. Item is faulty. Description is misleading. I ordered a laptop battery such as in the photo. he sent me some kind of fake without identification marks. That sounds dodgy. Wow. So, yeah, just thought I'd put it out there that there are some rude people out there in the world, and you think they're trying to make money. And look, 98.8% positive feedback. Wow, my ass. Look at all the dodgy shit. But hey, note to self and note to everyone else. Check the ratings of sellers before you buy a product or put in a bid, because they might just give you a ridiculous price or be rude. So that's all I got to say, and hey, I'll find myself a new eBay seller. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
I'll see if I can find the clip that I'm talking about. Now, when things can happen, they can happen in a lot of ways. They can happen for the good, or they can happen for the bad. Now, in the movie The Gate, it's about the hell gate, the gate to hell. And it opens up, and people can make wishes to the demons. These little demons give people wishes. But the only thing is, when you make these wishes in these shows, you get the wish straight away. It happens pretty much instantly in the show, it does. And then over time, the wishes literally in the show turn to shit, or they twist. So if you wanted someone dead, someone in your family or more would die in these movies. Or you would just say a story and stuff like that, and someone would die, or the story would play out. Now, when it comes to, that's the dark side wishes, and they definitely can go wrong, because that's how it works. But when it comes to God, because everything needs to pay, right? And so when you're paying through the devil, that's how the devil gets its payback, by turning shit into shit and coming after you, right? That's you paying, it's getting its payback from you, right? By getting you, right? So it gives you a reward. Now he wants its reward, its thrill from you, right? And when God gives out one, God gives out rewards, similar, same type of rewards, doing the same things that the devil can do. But you've got to also pay. So when it comes to God, God's like prepaid credit, that to get a reward from him, you have to earn it. So when you ask for it, it takes a while, like me, a few years of doing the same thing and getting that way and things like that. You hear people say things like that all the time. And then eventually he will pay you. He will go, okay, now you've done what I've asked you to do, or what I wanted, and now I'm going to give you a gift. And when it comes from God, and you prepaid it and you earned it, the gift is a better one, because like they say, good things come to those who wait. But when you get a gift from the devil, it comes quick, but it goes to shit quick, pretty much. Because he doesn't like much when it comes to what he wants you to do. What he wants you to do is to suffer. He likes tormenting. That's his thing. So he'll give you the gift, and then he gets his way to torment you. Definitely when it comes to the spiritual realm, because everything has rules. But anyway, have a good one, people. And bye-bye. And have a good one. And amen. See ya. Alright. Back again. And a video clip to see what is happening and what people get in comments, and to do my own little study about what they say and how often they say things, and just to check out what the internet's like once I start receiving comments, I guess, because I'm not receiving comments. And I'm curious to see what people do when they actually start commenting. And to watch out on certain people, because I know there's predators. It's a study about predators and what's happening and how they roll, because I can't do it on my own account. So I'm starting to do it on these other accounts that I know that are similar to me. They're not questioning me, but I'm starting to wonder why. And I read these comments, And I hear about comments and people sending stupid comments and it's why people don't answer comments and stuff like that. And this lady here doesn't give any likes or anything. So I can understand why they might not be commenting. So check them out. Since I last commented, I've gone down a bit. You get a lot of these things. Now, sometimes when you get comments, like when I first started, you can be nice. You might go, oh, you're a nice lady, you're a good person. And that's okay, you can do that. That's people just being nice and didn't really know what to say, so they do the nice, quick thing like you'd say when you run into someone, kind of thing, right? But sometimes people use that for suck up words, like they start off with that and then there's other things afterwards. So that's what I'm just checking out, to see how that rolls, or do you just get all the suck ups, you know what I mean? What do you reckon? So I'm just checking out some things, just for a little bit. I'll put some up to show you what I'm doing, and then I'll go private. So then you know, I don't know what that is, I've got a translator. And then you know what I'm doing. That way if you ever want to do it, knock yourselves out. And you might see something yourself. So you can do things like this. And then you can go over it, check things out, go back to things. Sometimes you don't see anything at first, you're like, oh yeah, everything looks all normal. But then after a few of them, you might see something and you're like, So you do a few more, and then you might see a pattern of these, right? And that's what study's all about. And if you find nothing and everything's good, then you're like, oh yeah, you're all cool, and you can end it and you can find out things. But you might find out some things that you weren't expecting, or you had a feeling, but then you think it was going to happen, but then it happened. Like, I was thinking that there's aliens out there and you'll probably never get to see one, no, it won't be me. But then all of a sudden, you're seeing these aliens, you're seeing things, you know what I mean? Anyway, have a good one, people, and see you later.
I have to be worthy for those that are putting themselves at risk, and I hope I am. What can we do? We need to operate in this urban environment that is highly weaponized. We mobilize slowly in order to increase our force protection, and we engage the enemy. And I would say, every time we're engaging the enemy, we are killing them. We're killing them in the tens, in the hundreds, with some 8,000 Hamas terrorists that have been killed in action in the battleground. We are defeating them. We will continue to defeat them.
Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, as always, thank you.
Did a whoopsie there, didn't I? Bang. G'day everybody! Back with some comments. Gonna explain a couple again. Good luck with your cards. Telling you your wisdom. That's their religion. They won't make a move until their cards give them some advice. So that's their advisory club. So good for them. Hope it works out. With all the wealth at the end of the world, or the end of your life, or the end of everything's gone down, or the end of the game, maybe it goes another 100 years, maybe they get better then get worse. Whatever it is, then you can find out who won. Talked about that in clips before, about the ultimate winner of the game of life, who gets the most money in the end, who's got it all. Which couple maybe. How many people will have all the money when it's all nothing left? All the money's counted up. Will we do well and just keep on going with the money thing? So maybe we're in a couple of 100 years, I'm a zillionaire. Man, overall, yeah, killed millions to get that money too. Billions died, couldn't feed the world at certain stages. That I'm a fucking alien trillionaire. Everyone loves me. Got all the fucking money, and behind the scenes I can do pretty much whatever I want. I own the Bank of the Reserve, me and a couple other people. But in the end, it was just me. Because I know the market that well. I outdone everybody. That was the ultimate key of life, was just to know the market and what to bring in and what schemes to do to out-scheme other people. That's my advice on that one. What do you reckon? Now, is it wise to have a baby in a place where everyone's struggling, in a place where they say at the moment, if we have more people here, inflation will go up even worse, so please stop. We'll stop people from overseas coming. We're going to use that one for an excuse for overseas. I'm going to tell them to stop coming. So it's not good, because if we have kids, we can barely feed our own. And we're congratulating the people that are having kids here, and we can't congratulate the people who want a new life. Sorry, you'll have to go stay over there in your shithole and we'll talk about it. We might send you some money, even though we're in debt. That's just the way things are. That kind of thing. What do you reckon? But congratulations, you had a baby. What country are you in? Africa, we're all starving. Well, congratulations. Have a good one. Why did you say that? It's just a thing. But here in Australia, don't bring you or your kid, please. As it brings up inflation. Okay? And we're having big problems with that. And we talk about our number one keys of inflation. That's what politics are for. And we say, too many people. We were saying years ago we want more, but we so fucked up on that, and we realised it was too many people wanting shit, so we made things go up in cost. And now we can't feed people, because people couldn't buy shit, so we didn't order food, and we told the farmers, fuck the food. And that's why people are starving too with high costs. I guess that's what's going on. What do you reckon, people? What crew are you in the world? Where are you? You sit pretty, I guess you'll be okay. Are you in Land Delusion 1 or 2? Where 1, you're just going to keep on trucking until you don't give a fuck. Or 2, where you've got it all planned out and you'll be okay. Everyone else is fucked. You in that one? What do you reckon? Because I don't think many people are in the 3. The 3 means getting your shit together and connect and get rid of envy and greed. But, yeah, I don't think that one's going to happen. What do you reckon, Pete? Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Have a good one, and bye-bye. Now, what should he said just then? That could be me, people, that I'm talking about. How do you have what they call a trapped person full of information? You have a hacker that hacks shit. You have a small town where if you're rich enough or whatever, and you can hack all the people, and you have some people on your side. You could be paying a couple of police officers, stuff like that. And that's why I haven't been recognised, because I know the things I've done, dancing and certain things should be recognised. They're quite amazing. Everyone says he sees it, and yet it doesn't get seen. Why? Because people like this block and attack and pretend shit. And I'm going to take them to court if I don't die first. No shit, people. It's them. And you know how they try to get out of shit? They use loopholes like, well, we're doing a test. I don't know these people. I've never signed a contract with these people. Nothing. Have I, Emma? I don't know any of these people. I haven't asked nothing from them. I haven't asked for a test. I wasn't like that dude out of Goose Father, what they call it, anger management, where someone signed something up. I've got a missus that could do that, because the closest thing to a missus is Emma, and I haven't got one yet. Right? We're girlfriend and boyfriend a lot off and on because we're going through problems. Right? So who else could do such a test? They couldn't do it. Family members shouldn't be allowed to do that kind of stuff, because it can make people go crazy and incidents can happen, and you don't want that, do you? But it's happening to me, and I'm not happy. That's why I don't want to do the things I do, because of this. And I've got proof about it. But anyway, have a good one, and see you later. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong or right when it comes to his stories he's talking about right now, as I have no idea, only he would know, as he's a newsman, and he checks out facts, as we all hope, and truth, as we all hope. Depends on if they get paid behind the scenes or not. But we have good news people, and we don't. We all know this. So I have sent some comments to find out what would happen. What do you reckon? Will I just get comments back? Will I get a knock at the door? Will I get a letter? Will I get a video sent to me? What will I get with these comments? Will I get a laugh? People. Is that on? Let's have a double check. What do you reckon? Let me know in comments. Or let's find out. Bye-bye. What does it take to get communication for real these days? Bloody hell. Because everyone just wants to be everybody or something. I don't know what the fuck, but it's very annoying. I don't know why people just don't leave people alone. That don't give a fuck about their shit and just doing their own thing. Don't come and abuse me with your laws when I'm just over here. Why can't they just leave people alone? It's a joke. That's why people don't want to be in around such a society. Because you can have these things accused on you and your freedom taken from you on accusement. You can't even go, that's bullshit, go do your research. I want to keep being me or I'm around your area. No, they can come in and just grab you if they fuck up, if someone fucks up and then go, see you later. They can take your time, make you feel like shit, and you get nothing out of it. Who wants to be around an area where that can happen? Not me, and that's why I'm getting the fuck away from shit as soon as I can, so they can't find me to turn up with false claims. Good one. See you later. G'day everybody. I try to change something once again, because you know I do this speak thing and it thinks that when I said all they can do, it thinks they is I. And then I've gone back to delete it. Oh, it's working now, cool. Now I'm going to change that to they. And while I'm here, so it's going to come back that time. What is the point? No nation has been able to successfully transition without even large amounts of nuclear. The kids have got it rocking and rolling, guys. One big massive experiment, because the fact is, so it goes from a young girl to a boy now. Is the adults telling us that they're not very adulty anymore? That we need young ones to come up and tell you how to do shit? Let me know. Let me fucking know. Because the fact is that not only should we have nuclear energy in Australia, but Australia should be supporting global efforts to use nuclear energy as well. Because the fact is that in Australia we are uniquely positioned to be a good global citizen and help other nations decarbonise effectively with nuclear energy. We have the expertise, and boy do we have the uranium. We have the largest uranium reserves in the world. So if we were serious about acting on climate change, surely at very least, even if nuclear energy doesn't work here in Australia for economics or whatever the other reason the government may have, at least we provide. So that's, I'm talking about, you know, the adults. All they can do is screw up things now. To other countries and the 50 countries which are interested in joining them with their nuclear energy capabilities to help them reach net zero and help them ultimately address the global issue we're experiencing with climate change.
There is no doubt that there will be a lot of other countries there talking about the role of nuclear, because, as you know, it's expanding in the UK, in Sweden, in France.
It all worked out, guys.
Well. So you will find plenty
anyway,
of,
good luck.
Intellectual exchanges with
hopefully we've got some more bright young ones that can come and fix all the problems that these adults have caused for us. Lucky these adults created some nice young minds to come and fix it for them. Good on him. Have a good one. Okay. Some live chat today. Have yourselves a read. And I hope things work out after I'm gone, because I won't know after that. And I hope I got to someone, because that's all we hope for, at least one person, eh? Do. That's as far as it goes on that. So there you go. And we're over a minute, so we're all good now. Bye bye. Well, they got brainwashed. Doesn't mean they can't be helped. Doesn't mean it's their fault. You know, you hear a lot of religion people got brainwashed the same way. And it takes a while to change too. Just like the religion people. You should check out stories about religion people changing after being brainwashed, and how they felt and how they changed. And I reckon that might help you out a lot about what's going on with the problem overseas with Israel and Hamas. What do you reckon? And so, you know, you can go get the leader. The leader needs to be definitely in trouble for the orders that they've done. And then the top of people from following them. But the lower grunts, you know, there's lower grunts. You know, it goes like war crimes. So you check out about the religions and what they say about brainwash and how they got out of it and what they go through, and then go war crimes, you'll figure out what you need to do. Bye. Yeah. What is their collective? Okay. What is their collective? I want to know. Their collective. She sure hopes she blabs all this shit that one of them's in there. Right? And she thinks she's going up against all these other groups or whatever. It's hilarious. Imagine that. I think that's hilarious. But anyway, back to what I want to talk about. They don't answer me, so I say all sorts of things when it comes to these tarot readers. But they don't answer me, so I just assume I'm right, right? Wouldn't you? No, until you get an answer. You must be right, that's why they're not answering. But anyway, there's a clip I put up. Check out my playlist when it comes to this reading too. Is that you'll see a particular stump-looking tree. It talks about stump-looking things. Now, would humans ever create or worship an area that looked like a stump instead of making a pyramid? So we're seeing really big pyramids, and we're seeing humans like change mountains, right, to look like particular things. Now, why would humans want to build or worship or talk about stumps? Now, there's an island that you can go watch that has heads on there and stuff. It talked about, I think it's the head one, I'm sure. Sometimes I get some stories mixed because it's been one. But it's been cleared, and the Spanish went to it, right? Back in the Spanish days when they ran around the world, right? And they landed on this island, and this island was hanging to pretty much leave. They were struggling to live in a big society, but they're not a big society anymore, as they end up chopping down all their trees and just did things wrongly, and they collapsed. So in the end, because of that, sorry about that, is you don't want extra bullshit happening there. Is they left with the Spanish, because they screwed everything. And when they dug up on this island, they found statues of fat people and little weird alien shapes and stuff like that. And so they're thinking that that these fat people, that these guys end up worshipping fat chicks that just wanted everything. Really, that's how I see the picture. And they worshipped that greed was a good thing. But what happened in the end when you just take, and take, try to get the money points for the game score on there? You have nothing. And that was in a little miniature scale of what humans can do. So imagine with technology and connected of what they could do. Could they do that same thing on that island? And you could have, say, aliens turn up to the whole planet and see the humans like on that island. What do you reckon? You reckon we've changed in any way when it comes to that? Look that kind of information up and tell me how right or wrong I am about that story. Right? Would you think we might have a monument about a story like that so we wouldn't do it again? Or would that monument get destroyed and down, passed through history and forgotten for the next kid and kid and kid through wars? As that's what we do. We wipe out the old and just talk shit to the kids and make a new world and get rid of the evidence. That's how it goes, kids. And anyway, hopefully one generation will pick that up before the next trick comes in to trick them. But have a good one. Bye-bye. For entertainment reasons. Everyone wants to be entertained. You can see and take it how it resonates to you. How does that resonate? Weird, funny, stupid, damn right ridiculous? What do you reckon? So, what do you reckon? We're waiting on your answer. Time's up. Well, I'm certainly not insecure because I had thousands of messages to communicate. Now, if you're insecure, that means you might not communicate. True? So who's not communicating? Like I've said in thousands or hundreds of my comments and messages. Who is right now pretty much dobbing themselves in, as they even talk about that people dob themselves in. It's fucking hilarious to me, it really is. While they're having a laugh, I'm having a laugh, how they contradict all their shit and really can't remember what they're saying. Funny, isn't it? Now I understand that you might forget a little bit and you need to go back. Definitely if you're going through issues caused by others putting you through issues or your government or whatever's going on, right? Like wars and stuff. But if you're going through no issues and your life's pretty cool and you're just creating issues, then what should you get? Anyway, I guess they get peace because all the people who are creating issues in this world are living quite good, aren't they? It's a bit strange, but that's how it seems to work. First in, best dressed kind of thing. It's what everyone loves, isn't it? Anyway, enjoy this everybody. And if you notice things are getting less and less, that's how you win off things. Bye. Now, with a little few words, how would you put your point across? That's the best I will do at the moment, as I've done it. But I believe he's just trying to get his point across. Maybe he hasn't got enough time to get that point across before he end up going on live to the press about what he's trying to achieve. Maybe he's going through some situations behind the scenes why people do such things. But attacking, when someone attacks and you just attack, it can be a good thing, but only for a second. So to be a good thing, you should only attack once, and then you should that's to show your point, and then you should not keep doing it and figure out why the situation is happening. Anyway, people, have a good one and see you later. Bye. Alright, a quick chat about the comments I have put up. Yeah, when it comes to inflation, right, if you spend your money wisely, you won't put up inflation, as it will benefit the economy. They talk about this kind of stuff, right? So that's a stupid comeback and just an attack comeback when it comes to how you spend money, as long as you spend it wisely. So if someone's talking about how you're spending money and it might not be that wise, then you're allowed to talk about it, right? That's what the whole politician thing is. It comes to the homes. What type of homes are you building? You're going to build homes that promote better living, better to the environment. You're going to change house building standards. When you go to give out the money, part of helping is changing standards, which they should agree, because you're going to put in some money to help building. So, you know, it's a 50-50 when it comes to that kind of thing. Rest of it there is take it how it resonates. But I do not like bullies. You remember me back in my day, if you knew me, I do not like bullies. I was classed as a bully a lot, and occasionally less than 20%, so 80% I got bullies, 20% I was a little bit stupid and didn't mean anything. But I mostly attacked people that deserved to be attacked. That's what I do. The people that are bullies love to twist things. They did it back in school, and they do it when they get older. Anyway, guys, have a good one, and see you later. I relay a message, then they relay a message. Try to change this for a second. See if it works now. Then they relay a message. What message did they just relay? Did they hack? Did they use the system? Technology, people. I couldn't make that up if I wanted to. But it just happened in 5 seconds ago when I was just looking at something. So I'm doing this. So you guys make your mind up, and while that's happening, I get the light show. Things are just a coincidence, or are they? But I get sick of it, that it is mapped and recorded. I relay a message, they relay a message. Who relays the best message? What kind of message would you want to be relayed, and a friend would you want? Ones that do this, if you don't listen to them, or ones like me. Anyway, people, have a good one, and see you later. And we have light all around us. Enjoy. Don't have to change it now. Sorry. I can just leave it. I've got this. Bye. What do you reckon, people? As I take signs, I've been trying to work out things. Me and Emma, when we first started, really wanting to get back together after we found out all the information about what really happened and all that kind of thing, as I've discussed in other things. I put up a manifesting book. So I thought I'd give that idea a go as people talk about that kind of thing, right? And I made a little list ages ago, and we sent it off like these people do all the time. You go out and you burn it, you rub it into the ground, your wishes that you want, right? They say it's magic and all that thing, but really anyone can write down paper and it burns all the time, right? But if you do it a certain way, maybe the universe gives you gifts, right, people? Or you might just get lucky when it happens. There's that happens a lot in a lot of things, and people go, look, it happened, right? But it could have been just a coincidence, right? But yes, I did all that kind of thing ages ago, back in 2001. If you look at my first original manifesting board, that's how you'll see it start off, right? And then I've changed it with the text stuff.
2001, Harvey.
Yeah, I mean, 21. Like, huh? Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2021 is when it started. Yeah. And on there, you know, I just wanted to get a life the way I wanted and not have to worry about money. You could call that have money, have a few $1 million, not have to worry about money, but I'm not looking to get rich. I'm not one of those people going, oh, I want to have more money so I can go, I've got more money than him and feel like I'm richer. That is not my goal. I don't do that. And the more money I get, the more I'll be putting into things I do. So I might get more assets, but then there'll be a lot of things I want to do to help share assets. So they have my name in it, but it won't be my asset, you know what I mean? That's a goal I want to show people about, and how you can be kind, but still be recognised, and still sort of be yours, but it's not, and I have to explain it in another way. That they're assets that can be given back to the people. And I've explained it in certain clips before. It depends on which ones you watch, because like, when I said come and get me channel, I made that one up, right? I had a whole lot of things to do with things that I attack people with more. So if you think things are interesting in what you see now, I had a whole lot more interesting stuff, which I still do too in hard drive, and I could re-say it, which I do occasionally every now and then, that I deleted off YouTube that I have to bring back up on that channel, and it's now renamed I Hate Narcissists. Right? Because over time you can change and edit things, like changing the name, right? But it's still the same thing. Still the same channel, still got uploaded there. Okay? Anyway, I'll throw that out there because there's nothing that I don't hide or want to talk about or sort out. Right? But there's plenty of other people out there that do, don't they? And like to talk stories and say things. Like, these people know I'm listening. So if they knew I'm listening, what do you think they'll be doing, or how would I be reacting to what they say? Definitely, when you've sent, I could probably say over 1,000 or thousands of comments to these people, this group, this collective, and they've never replied except a couple of little smart-ass comments, maybe I love you, and weird things like that, and love bombing, which is love hard, right? But I've never had any real communication, which I've put up and recorded over time about the messages that I receive on here, because I'm receiving what I receive, right? We have movies about hackers and how they can copy things and be over somewhere else and blah, 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 blah. But I'm not into that, and I don't have the capability or friends and stuff like that to help me out in that area. So if I got attacked by hackers, I'm open for it, people. No? Open as easy as someone could be open to it. That's why I'm about to stop a lot of things, because they're going to need a lot more than what I did now to get further what I like to see happen. Right? But anyway, I'm going to leave it there, and have a good one. Right? Bye. Well, I guess I'll have to say I'm glad they got faster, more efficient tests to test that you're on a drug. You know what I want to find out, and I bet you the world does, mate? Why don't you just make a test when it comes to marijuana? Right? Because we pretty much know when people are on ice and shit that they're easy to tell, right? It triggers them off. Or you can just have your regular test if you're at a job. I can see some of these tests being efficient for certain things if you just don't want a person to be on drugs at all, right? But when it comes to like police that need to use it to find out who's dangerous, like the judges like to use at court, right? You need a test to find out, like they do with alcohol. So alcohol's perfect. It shows you how much you have and everything, right? And so to start punishing people when it comes to taking license off them or how dangerous they are and all that kind of stuff, you scientists, right, need to make these tests to find out. So you did it with alcohol. So alcohol must have been easy. I understand it must have been really easy because you've done it. Or over time you've worked harder at it and you just don't work hard at these other things. But at least for marijuana, because that drug's actually better than alcohol, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to, you know, the benefits of helping people and all that kind of stuff. Couldn't you get a test? You need to make a test, not could. You need and you will find a way to find out how stoned someone is either through a phone app, whatever it is, as I've mentioned before, to detect how stoned someone is. So you need to, do all these studies, use technology if it comes to phone apps to find out how people act as well, maybe, and figure out this problem. Until then, you shouldn't be doing anything when it comes to telling people they're dangerous unless you've got proof of the dangerous, like I said, how the way they act, right? But they do. The government uses this, and it's totally unfair, not right, and wrong. So I like to know why they do it, and I want to talk to the scientists and the people that make the law of why they make that decision of the things they do and use a test that may or may not work when it comes to detecting if you're actually stoned or got marijuana, right, until they do the other test, because they do a tongue one, but the tongue one triggers the other test. So if they got this, and then the other test just tells you had it, right? So it's not helping how stoned, how dangerous, or what, it's just detecting. And it is very unfair, and it causes a lot of problems down the road. So you scientists really need to get your shit together and come up with a test. Some rich dude needs to do a competition, maybe. Whoever comes it up with it, not only get the benefits of coming up with a test like they all do, but maybe get a few $1 million because they're going to help the world with such a test and fix a lot of problems. So there's something, because that's something I would offer if I had the money, to sort out problems instead of just going, just cop it. Just have that when everyone knows it's unfair, right? And if it's unfair, it shouldn't be used. Definitely through law, and when it comes to driving and all that kind of things. When it comes to jobs, and you don't want a person to be on marijuana at all because you want them to be more clear-minded, right? Or you just wanted to know they're on drugs, right? You can have this test, right? So I'm not saying that these tests need to disappear. All I'm saying is that the law and the government need to make efficient a test before they attack the people with it. Have a good one, everyone. See ya. All right. Looks like I got a comment back from the friend, at the office. Hey, look what he's done here. Different account. Same dude. It could be the same dude. Who knows? Different account. But I'll just put it in the positive side. It was a friend, right? And they've checked out what's happening. And they've sent me a comment too. This has happened a few times where I've had people comment on one little section. So I guess it's office people or people in their home or something like that. You know what I mean? Where they will start giving the same, like their comment on that comment on that film. You know what I mean? But anyway, I just slammed this one out for this fella. This one right here. And hopefully he likes my reply. Now, is he talking about the court situation today? Where they were talking about purple, the purple tie. So they might be talking about something there. But other than that, I'll leave it. Right, we all assume, we pick up things, we move on and do a video if you wanna. And this is what I've replied, which is true. So, say I'm a person that's colorblind, or I'm a different species, right? And animals in different species, we all see color differently. So, say they own the color purple, right? Like the dude said before, in certain little areas, right? That means they own the purple how we see it. So they only owe it to us. Like, we let them do it. So I guess we're letting them own our perception of purple. True? Because when it comes to other species and other animals, creatures, they might see colour differently. They will go, well, they don't own my bloody colour. They can't do shit from me. And that's not even purple to me. So what the hell is he going on about? I've checked it up, right? It's just not the same. And my computer says it's not the same purple. In fact, it can talk about that purple can be all different colours, depends on who it looks at. So what's going on here? Kind of thing, you know what I mean? So how did I do? That shutting down shit that's inappropriate when it comes to people wanting power over stuff. What do you reckon? I reckon it's just ridiculous when it comes to these copyrights in certain areas. I really do. It's just a thing for the devil to bully with, I reckon. And we really don't need it to function. It doesn't need to be there. In fact, anyone's going to do any copywriting, it should be the government, right, with rules, right, copyright. It should be yours, not a colour, really? Right? Anyone can do it. Anyone can make any colour. Like they said, look at the stupidness they do. Oh, we just he owns that blue, so I'm just going to put a little speck of my piss in there, which has got a little bit of a yellow colour. And it's going to change that blue. It's not going to be the same blue. Now it's my blue. How ridiculous is that? Now I'm going to patent that, because if someone can only buy this blue, right, or somehow uses it, I can make some money off them doing that. How stupid is that? How much of a bullying, stupid tactic do you find that is? Because to me, it is stupid bully tactics. And I can't believe that people allow it, or governments allow companies to do such things. Really? Because once you start somewhere, it goes out of control. Because they go, well, this happened. What about this? You know how you get rid of this? What about no one? Like my parents used to say. No, I can't give you candy, so I'm going to give no one candy, right? You can't have the rights, and it's just too much problem. So no one's just going to have it. It just sounds ridiculous. What do you reckon? Yeah, I'm going to leave it there. And have a good one, everybody. Shabba-bye! Donk. We'll go back a bit more. I like the show. Me tapping, going in into the message, my messages. Oh, there we go. See ya! Don't have time for the BS. Don't have time for the nonsense. Look at this, people. And I can't do this even if I wanted to. Look. Look. And sometimes when I do this, look, it's not popping up. It might get saved a few times. I'll go back and look. Or not work. And she's going, they're just a bunch of smart asses. And they fuck with people. And you people let them do it. It's a fucking joke. Have a good one. See if I can do it again. Let's have another go, people. You ready for a new start, hey? Hey? Fucking over you for sure. Now I wonder why the people who are close to me, who can do the hackability and all the shit I've talked about, won't let me put this in here. Very odd, hey? So I can go anywhere else. People, look. But the fuckwit that I know won't let me put it in that spot because he's having a little moment. It's a fucking joke, isn't it? Have a good one. Let me know what you think. How the fuck did I do that? I was pressure washing on the roof. I've got video of it too. You'll hear me talk about it. You once again say I made it up. Right? But I was pressure washing and Frankie flew past and dropped the mandarin. I showed you. What it looked like? No seeds in it. Pretty sure it had no seeds in it. I remember. And yeah, that just popped back in my head with this. So I thought I'd do a little clip. What do you reckon? Someone just did a big burnout. In the bedders? What do you reckon? Yeah. So let me know in comments, people, what you reckon. Then I re-edit certain things and can put this back up when it's just like this, eh? Or I can keep it. It all depends on what happens in this world today. Why do I go like this? These people like to say that is keyword spells kind of thing. Raise your voice to make sure that they hear those points. Okay, people? Have a good one, and bye-bye. What do humans tend to do, definitely the younger generation, and tend to follow if it's cool? Now, what makes cool? What everybody's talking about could be cool. So, if everybody's talking about you can be whatever you want, you can be whatever who you want to be with, you can be with another person just like you, I guess, and that we all have genders and we shouldn't be hypocrites. So don't be hypocrites, right? When it comes to everybody has a gender and love is love. So that means when you say things like that and not be hypocritical, so I'm not saying that people couldn't look into things, but you might have to be hypocritical in some ways, some things, because if you go too far, that means everyone can, and you'll have people wanting to marry animals and other weird stuff, which we're starting to see true around the world. And some things, I guess, if you can find out the animal is given its consent by it going up to it and going, come on, come on, or something like that. You know what I mean? I can see it being, just in some sort of way when it does come to love and then they want to do the sexual part, but I guess they wouldn't have a baby. You know what I mean? Getting into that subject, I know it's deep, but everyone's getting into the queerness and stuff, remember? So I have to discuss it, right? And I discuss things with logic and common sense and with love and equalness, right? But everyone else just wants to just say because they want a lot. And if people are doing that, you'll get all sorts of chaos, don't you? So when we come to queer gender, you got to make sure you're fair in all ways of how you're talking. So if you want something, you got to make sure that someone might be similar to your gender that you're talking about and they want something too. And you need to all get along. If you want something and they want something, you need to get along. Well, you got to make a agreement. Either you both don't do it or you come together with doing something. Like when it comes to alcohol getting sold to the people and how I've discussed that that's a worse drug and all that kind of thing. You can't get people to not have a drug that's not so worse when you're supplying a worse drug and tell them that that's about a drug and they can't have this and this and this and that when you're already supplying one, right? So you're being hypocritical, aren't you? That's called hypocritical, right? And what do we have right now all around the world when it comes to certain subjects on those things? We have hypocritical problems. And why do we have hypocritical problems? Are people getting paid behind the scenes? Are people not all educated to see that we're having a hypocritical problem? Do you get it? So it's either one of those two things, isn't it? Or both, right? They're educated and they're getting paid, so it doesn't matter, right? But if we can talk about it and prove it and science it, then they're right, aren't they? Then the one that wants to say, it ain't happening, it ain't there, you can't see it. Listen to me, I'm fucking the Arnold Schwarzenegger, the cool arts actor, you love me, listen to me, kind of thing. You know how they use actors and stuff. And I like Arnold, so I'm using his name. You know what I mean, people? Right? So one day we'll get there slowly in countries when the countries finally elect the right prime ministers. Right? So if you had someone in there like you and the things you're trying to do, they're like me, then I might be able to get along and get somewhere. It's the same with everyone. So we've got to get to this gender where everyone wants to relate to, which is what I talk about, these world rule gender that we actually need to make up because we get along worldly. So we need these worldly genders and rules that we need to get along and enforce and have. True? Without that, do you think we'll ever enforce anything around the world without that thing? No, you wouldn't. You'll just have one trying to dominate another by forcing those genders because we haven't got together to make that group to make sure we enforce this world rules. Right? We're all talking about it to happen and maybe next year, the year after that, you know how politics go, eh, people? But you know what? If I had the power, I'd make it happen within a week. And they'll go and call, it doesn't take that long to call around people and have some people to call some people and go, let's get serious. And I'm this fella and I'm serious. And if you're serious, you'll get serious and you'll stop anything because this is a serious thing I want to talk about, right? And let's go make this meeting or a secret meeting or let's do it in these small groups and we're not all there at once. So I do get you don't want to be all at one place at once because the ultimate asshole can come in and really take over. True? But you can come up with an idea so we can all communicate through whatever communication and do it all at once and be real about it. True? So what's going on? Is it because we're not all getting together as the people? Is it because the grasshoppers have got all the ants in line and we haven't hit that final scene yet where all the ants listen to someone they shouldn't beat up? Let me know in comments, people. Have a good one. Now sometimes I remove content because I want it private and I keep it to myself. and it's not meant to be up. Sometimes I put things up that doesn't even go up. That's what private's all about. And sometimes I remove content because it's not getting recognised at the moment, and I'm off and on, and I'm not ready to look at if comments come in, and I've been getting problems and all these kind of things with certain clips. I just remove it, and then I can sort it out again later when I can approach it with more time, and another time to do it when it's more appropriate to do it. That's why you might see things come and go at certain times, and I think about what if I should have it up sometimes, or think about things more, or change things, or things like that. You know what I mean, people? Why else would clips come and go? Definitely ain't spell work like they talk about sometimes. Anyway, not that I know of, in my opinions. Have a good one. Cool. Do something in secret. Check out the time. Yeah. And look at this. Check this out. I try to edit this and put they, because spell check's useless, and I just bang it up. Plus, I'm curious to see when they try to block, like they're talking about now. Go from this way. Pay for somebody to block you. Yep. Keep running. Hang on. Let's send that. Oh, sorry, it doesn't send. Of course I'm happy. You know why I'm happy? Because I know something's real and I know where I'm going to go. And these people, they're just fakes. Right? When you know you're real, you keep going with your path no matter what, don't you? You do when you know it's real. But these people, they're just fakes. They take and steal and trick and deceive with their devil technology. So that's one thing that I agree when it comes to the Jehovah's Witnesses about the devil's technology. I do agree with that, because if you don't be careful with it and it brainwashes you, the devil has you. Because if you don't see all this and know about all this, you'll believe whatever the devil says on this. Okay, people? But anyway, just keep listening to this. Might make sense to you. Have a good one. Yes, anyway. People will know why I would need a timeout after all this. And then we'll see what happens after that, to who and for what. Bye. Okay, people. Now I'm going to give you something that's going to get you really thinking. It might muggle your brain up a little bit, because it'll get you thinking. But when it also comes to masculinity and femininity, right, it becomes a culture thing that we slowly usually go into change over generations, newborns, and them growing up and the way they act, right? Like why we've got a problem today about men being a little bit more pansies, as they've been saying, and not being the old class of men. But we do upgrade, but we don't want to go too far and totally switching jobs that we shouldn't, like women wrestling a crocodile when a man's still muscular kind of thing. We don't want to get too like that, do we? Because that's a bit out of control. But when it comes to masculinity and femininity, right, it changes over time, because it's the perception of how we see it. But so far, we've done the same thing for a long, long, long time, mostly that we know of, right, when it comes to what's a man's job and what's a woman's job. What was expected from a man and what was expected from a woman, right? And over time, we settled best at, because humans get used to everything, right? So you get settled in on what you're best at, what you're best capable of doing, right? And so if we get to the day of age where it's just brains, then we definitely can equal out there, can't we? Because women and men can learn just as much. There's no real proof yet that we know of, except it comes to men. Well, we've got a little bit, sorry. We've got men that can hold memory a little bit better. Right? Yeah, I think so. Something like that. I think it's got to do with memories in remembering things and stuff like that. There's something like that. It's a whole brain thing. You'll have to look it up. And I know women have got a bigger frontal lobe. So they've got different areas and all works out. But in the end, things are always a balance. Definitely if you work together too with these things. And women have got the bigger frontal lobe because that's got to do with communication and stuff like that, which is what can make them more loving. And men are more, simple and straight, direct kind of thing. It's the same how the brain works and fires up. How a woman gets asked a question, and their brain goes and fires up everywhere, where a man's brain would go, more like a straight line, more flow. It's a thing like that. It's been years since I watched a brain doco, but it's something like that, right? And that way of thinking can be cultural. So we get that what we assume what men and women do as well when it comes to what femininity is. Because really, we're meant to be both. But with class femininity, more of a woman's side and a wimp kind of thing, the masculinity has a strong strength thing because of culture. But really, there's no difference as far as I'm concerned and what I'd like to teach and how I see things. How would you see it when it comes to that kind of thing? So when you see it like that, what is masculinity and what's femininity after you see it like that? There still is, isn't there? But does it mean they have to be like a gay person changing themselves medically? Right? It's a similar thing. Anyway, see you later. Bye-bye. What else did I read? Nothing. There. Now, who believes we should join into a war we don't have to? Definitely when it comes to, it's a spiritual war when it comes to Israel and Hamas, because that's what it is. They're not getting along spiritually. They're not connecting. They're not seeing eye to eye. They're next door neighbours, right? And they need to. And if they're not, why should we get involved in that? Are we the country that sticks up for other countries? Isn't that meant to be America and other countries that claim things like that want to take over the world kind of thing? Like China, why doesn't China go in there and help them? China's military is huge, right? Why do we have to do it? That's what I think when it comes to sending help to countries. You can send some food over there if you think they need it, if other countries aren't. But if you're a country struggling military yourself, it's not wise to go interfere with other people's wars by joining into it physically, right? Instead of just helping in other ways, like I said, with food or talking to them. Because once you enter in it physically, the other country might retaliate to us. Now, what's to stop Hamas from entering somewhere in Australia because we can't defend all our borders and hiding thousands and thousands of people offshore somewhere in the bush because they're rocked up with all these little boats, stuff like that? It's not hard to do. Now, if we have thousands of people coming out of the bush all of a sudden at a town or a city, how long would it take before our forces get together? And then say they run off again. Would it be easier to find? What kind of problem would that occur? Would it be worth getting such a problem for joining in to wars that we shouldn't? Would it be a lesson that we would learn for doing such things? Do you think we should have a proper military before that we can defend ourselves 100% before we go and interfere with other wars when it comes to our military defence? What do you reckon? I think we should just stay out of it. It's their war, and hopefully they can fix it. Because stepping into things when you don't really know what's really going on, really, because they've got past history, is not a wise move, is it? Are we stepping in to gain something? Why are we really truly stepping in when it comes to military tactics. I can't see any military reason to step in, not for a while anyway. But that's my opinion. Have a good one, Owen, and see you later. Well, if there was a God, people, what would you think would be happening if God stepped in? Do you think lightning bolts will come down from the sky? Flood comes in. That's the ending. When that happens, you want to pray hard because it's already happening. How does he prevent that from happening? What do you need to do to try to make things right before the Holocaust, before the ending? Because once things like that start, it's too late, isn't it? Like I said, they're not very good at preventing things. Why is that? When you try to control all the time, and your way is controlling, do you think it might cause problems when the things you're trying to control do not want to be controlled? Bye-bye. And the answer is psychologists and shrinks. They technically run the world, people. They don't let you know that. It's behind the scenes. As they shrink all the richest people and have all the blackmail they need to make sure they get to be the shrinks. and make sure that everyone else who deposes them will have to go to a mental ward. As a shrink will say that, as they will be paid and corrupted. And you'll see the world in unfair justice all over the place, caused by these shrinks that these rich people think they need. Like in Overboard. Have you seen that movie where the lady falls off the ship? See the shrink in it? That's what I'm talking about, but in a bigger scale. It's crazy, people. But hey, people look up to the rich ones, and the rich ones look to the shrinks. Oh, now we all need shrinks. That's what they say on the ads these days. Get yourself a shrink. You've got problems. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.
Hey, I wish I would
This
have
was
known the
what
truth. I wouldn't even
was
do
gonna
this
play.
because that don't even make sense.
You roll up
You
to.
know?
So here's a
What's
quick
the
one.
King of Swords? Somebody didn't know the
With Bella.
truth about something. Yep, Ace of fucking Wands in the reverse. Wow, that came out and slid in the reverse. Tower moment. The truth is, you did not take some sort
This
of
will go
action. You did not do
Is what I
something.
just
Somebody
said
didn't do
in the first
something
one
here.
before I pushed.
They wish
play.
they would
I
have
was
put
gonna push
work
play at
in
the end
on
of it,
this with you. They
and I
did not
forgot,
know
and
that
then
your
I was
Akashic
like,
records was open to you.
So I'm quickly doing
There's
this,
a tower moment to a higher
and
fit
these are
that
going to go up together.
you had the structure and discipline, even though these people did not
So
want
get
to
back
stop
to me,
trying to
Bella.
block your wish
You want to know
fulfillment.
anything about something?
This is like
Get back to me.
shocking.
It's amazing
like
that you have
touche
it.
energy.
It blows my
Like,
mind.
it's all-
Give me comments, and people
Like,
give you
instead of being
comments,
this
and you're
person
not
enemy, I should be,
communicating. Look, I'm even giving you
highlight
videos,
that
and you're not
energy.
even communicating in my videos.
That's how somebody's
It blows my
looking at you.
mind.
We got
Because I would.
new love.
But anyway,
Friday.
peace out.
Yeah, something was not your fault.
What does proof mean to you?
Fantastic.
And will it do anything for you?
There's your proof. Your faith is strong, but you needed proof. There it is. Hallelujah. Okay. In your extended, we're going to look at what.
You know what I believe? Proof is invalid unless you're the right person. So if you're not the right person, you can send in, tell people that people are stealing from you and abusing you. You could have the proof, but it won't matter. Right? That's what that means, people. As they will hide it or not talk about it. And give it to someone else. And start talking about what you do before you can do it. There's some proof for you. Bye. Well, it looks like we've got another person on the payroll, people. What do I mean by that? Well, every person I try to talk to or get in contact to, you know what I find? Someone gets to them behind the scenes with money. This is what I talk about with people with money. You want to ruin reputations and that. And then they go to these people and they go, do this, do that, say this, and I'll give you some money. This guy's this, this, and that. And they bullshit out their fucking ass to get and give them money, right? And you know what happens there? Any human being that thinks it's smart isn't, has no heart, will fall for it. You get it, people? And that's why I'm here, to point out these things. Now, this old guy here that I've just posted up has only done nothing but love bombs. And I've asked nicely and gave him questions, but I'm getting nothing but love bombs. You know, all I ever get when it comes to real questions that I like to be answered to get a friend, right, is nothing but love bombs, right? So that means it could be anybody. As far as I'm concerned, that's what it's like in my phone. You know, when I get famous, and I will, I guarantee it, or I'll die becoming this famous because I'm doing the right thing to do the right thing, I'm going to go to an island and no one's ever going to fucking get to see me on the internet again. And I'm going to only see people personally on this island. You know why I'm going to do that? Because it's going to keep my life free and happy. Because if I stick around in this one and around these people, right, all I'm going to get is harassment and, come here, and bullshit. And who would want that? Fucking not me. definitely a person that probably doesn't have too much left of his life, as I suffer with cystic fibrosis and I'm worse than I ever have been in my life. So maybe I don't have double my life left. Maybe I don't want to fuck around with bullshit anymore. What would you say with all that, people? But anyway, here's a smart ass thing for the day. I'm not being a smart ass. All I'm trying to do is connect. And then these people twist it like I'm trying to attack them and all this shit. Bullshit. You know the funny thing about it? I don't even want to connect anymore. All I want to now is show people a little bit more, and the people around me, what's going on. So they can have the same decision as me. Because they think I'm going to leave my family? Fuck no. I will take my family with me if they want to come. But these people? Fuck no. I'd rather give my family a second chance any day in my life than strangers or old friends that done you over. Wouldn't you, people? All about control. Control, control, control. I know, I'm not stupid. So if you're a person that doesn't get nothing done for you when you go to do a police... I'm just sitting here, people. If I do a police complaint, nothing will happen. I go, okay. And then if a bully attacks me and does a police complaint, he'll get it straight away against me. Right? That's how I know I don't trust anybody out there. And I'm going to stay here, and then go to this stupid fucking court soon, right, in a few months, and then piss off. We'll see what happens at court, people. Right? I'm going to turn up, they're going to actually listen to me. That's why I didn't bother turning up, but I thought, hey, fuck it, I'm going to play their game. I better go back to the court. Cop it sweet, I guess, as they say. Right? You don't have to have a say. Right, your say's not real. They'll just go, what did you do? I want you to say something so I can give you this sentence. Did you say anything else that I can't give you this sentence? I don't want to hear it. That's the justice system, people. What a joke. Everything's a bloody joke to me. And that's how I see life now. It's one big bloody joke, the government system. Anyway, enjoy yourselves, people. Enjoy these weirdos that I can see with the same vehicles constantly every day. Enjoy yourselves. Because to me, yous are boring as fuck and have no heart, and all yous want to do is go around and around in life, don't yous? As long as you're happy, yous are happy that that's what your future's kids are going to be. Around and around, around and around. Or the next Hitler's bitch. What do you reckon? Anyway, good luck.
Will I get a comment back on that?
It's far-fetched for me.
Of course I will.
Because of the nature
You know what Akashic Record could
of
be?
the Akashic Record.
Someone
You
doing
understand what I'm
readings.
saying? Like, when you
Happening.
say Akashic Records.
And what did I say about what they
like,
can do?
thank
They
you,
don't just
Spirit,
do
for giving me the
readings.
confirmation.
Someone's paying
You
for
have a
it.
mighty shield. It's the
They
armor.
just doing it
There
like
is
this.
something,
Oh, it's a collective reading.
I get it.
Sorry.
We are all here.
That's what it is.
Walk in
And
you could be the
we're allowed to
most
speak whatever you
powerfulest
want. If you
high
actually
priestess,
hear enough of the readings,
powerfulest,
you might hear
warlock,
some of
the
these
most
say
powerful.
similar
You
things
could,
that,
you know,
oh, we're
lay
allowed a
yourself
reading.
whatever
We're
you
given.
want.
We're chosen. Why do you think we're doing this?
But there
God
is
said
a
we
line
can.
drawn
Remember that
in the
line?
sand
If we're
when it
doing it,
comes
God
to
says we can
certain
do it.
things.
Kind of thing.
Now, somebody could try
True.
to hijack
What do you reckon?
something, but that's
Just read a script.
very dangerous.
And you know another
Just
thing I
say
want to talk
dangerous.
about when it comes to
Because of the
people that
nature
tell me
of
about
the
scripts?
Akashic Record.
Do they follow it as
Okay.
well? Do they follow all that script that they told me
This,
about?
you know, but
You
whatever.
know, and a script is
Somebody
a
could be
way.
trying to do
Right?
a
It's just
reading
me
on your
trying to
Akashic
explain
records,
something.
But you
Right?
gotta think of the Akashic records like
But anyway,
Pandora's
people,
box,
make your decision. Bye.
right?
Lots of ways of helping. But like I've said, throwing out money is the easiest one. Do people really like people because they have money? Or do you get more respect when you help them in other ways? that gives them even more money. What do you reckon? Have a good one.
So if you don't listen to him in certain countries or places,
the dictatorship
they'll come in and get you. So if I get taken, what does that mean?
Really
I know what it means to me.
One way or the other. Yeah.
That returning to China.
So if you disregard a rule, you don't obey. But if you show disregard for something, you really don't care about it.
So hopefully,
you have no interest.
I might be wrong that he hasn't communicated with someone to get him to do this.
Please disregard the
But
mess in
he's
my
been
office
communicating,
and,
so hopefully
sit down
he'll
over
communicate
there.
back and go, oh sorry. He give me a good excuse of
He showed a
what happened. But hopefully he knows what I've been going through about people joining people
other people.
and then giving me little hints about what I'm doing to try to scare me.
Her complete
Because what I'm doing,
for
wouldn't this be a
anybody
hint
else's
in a court
is
when it
something
comes
that
to
I
people who are
find,
wise and smart? This is a hint to try to get someone,
she shows a
telling that certain laws aren't right, to shut the fuck up, otherwise we're going to use them against you, and what are you going to do then, like they do in China?
And then to disregard
Hopefully not, but we'll find out, people. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
About something not...
Okay. From now on, all interesting comments will be videoed and recorded for yours and my safety purposes, for trade and security purposes, and for suing and hacking ability purposes. What do you reckon? Could you use that at court? For doing some things when you want to record some comments, just in case people might just take your comment and go, oh, I'm going to spread that everywhere before you can start spreading it. So what do you do about that? You record the date and make sure things are a little bit more evidence-based when it comes to any court decisions if you ever get stuck in that kind of thing. What do you reckon? As these people don't want to admit what they have done onto you. True? When it comes to stealing comments and stuff like that. What do you reckon? So it's just been edited. Do you want me to talk about it? Now when you do watch a documentary, I've talked about this in a way, but here it goes again. You might remember for a while, so people do tend to study before a test, as your brain can remember it easier. And then after that, when you did something once or twice, right, and over time, if you don't practice that, or your brain wasn't too interested, like you go, oh yeah, on that kind of thing too much or anything, your brain will lose that information as it swips and stores and tries to see what you need to think of mostly straight away, like a computer. You know a bit about computers and how computers store and how the memory slows down in a computer. The more you put into it, right, up on display, the more you want it to be activated quickly, the more the computer slows down. Right, it used to do something. It used to move this here and there and put this and zip this up. It's there, but it's really zipped up. That means you need a memory to someone to remind you. Then that one will come up. You get it? That's how your mind works, you know? And so if you're constantly doing a lot of things, if you're a multitasker like me, and you stay in that field, you'll get better at it, right? And you'll still remember how to do it if it's not that long, right? But if you wait too long, years and years later, and you're doing a different field, so your brain starts storing up that in the quick section of your brain to quickly spew out to everybody, right? And then you store that. That's why it's good if you want to become a pro, and you know, there's not too many true pros, because what's a true pro? You know everything about it. What I call a true pro is a pro like this. They're a mechanic. They know all issues. There could be all sorts of issues on one issue. You get it, right? But they're that good because they're a pro, right? Everyone likes to go, I'm a pro because I studied something for a little bit and I know a bit or I know a lot. Right? But that's not a pro. They know a lot, right? That's why we don't call practitioners pro. They're practitioners, because we're not a pro at health yet. No, we're all still learning things, right? And it's like that with a lot of things. Definitely technology keeps changing. So that technically no pro mechanic, but if you work hard enough and do it, you could be. So we should do mechanic competitions maybe to find out who's a pro mechanic and why. That might help better mechanics out there, like they do competitions with chopping cars and stuff, about who can diagnose problems. Because when they might know a sound, ting, 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 oh, with this sound and a little bit of that, because really, with real knowledge, you can become a pro the more you study something. Maybe when you go, I fully studied an ant, I know backwards and front, I know what it's thinking, right? I know this, I know the sound before it's about to fucking fart, right? You're a pro at it, you know all much you know, right? And you can send that to everyone else, so if they ever want to know about ants, they know everything. And that's what we're still studying. We think, oh, here, we'll look up an ant doco. Yeah, I know everything about ant docos. The ant doco just told me. Yeah, but the ant doco doesn't know everything. But it knows everything what we know up to today, or what that person knows, or what they've researched. Right? So we're all practitioners, right? Until the very end, really, when it comes to a lot of subjects. Right? The easy things we should get sorted out easy, like a really easy one, so we don't get called a practitioner on it, is how do you keep your people housed and fed and happy when they need time off at any time, right? You pull that off, right? You could say that this world's a pro at keeping their people fed and going through disasters, because they know what buildings to build and they know what disasters are going to happen around there. And so if anything happens, because they're really good and they're pros, it'll be very rare, and then they'll upgrade and fix that problem and it won't happen again. True. But anyway, we obviously don't have too many pros then, do we? So, who wants to become a pro, and how do we make these pros? Do we use competitions? Say how we watch football players. Would we watch a program about pros who are mechanics and competition about becoming a good mechanic and how to become a good mechanic and so on in all those sectors? What do you reckon? I reckon the TV shows will go bonkers on this one because they're not doing it yet, and they definitely need some ideas, I think. So there's some ideas about TV shows and to help people learn and all the rest. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Maybe these stoic people should be our leaders. What do you reckon, people? They sound like they've got all their shit together. So why aren't they our leaders? Why don't they want to be our leaders? Do these stoic people actually want to bail out of real things when it comes to things around them? Do they only want to be them stoic selves? What do you reckon? So we got stoic people out there doing their stoic thing. They don't want to stand into nothing because they might not be so stoic anymore. You know what I mean? Words, words, words. Anyway, here's some words. What do you reckon? How's your kids going? Do they always want money? Do you slave your kids instead? Do you turn them into, make love to turn them into slaves? Because people do that too. Or is it a balance? Like I talk about there, do you need to be paid all the time? Right. There's sometimes where parents go, can you help me just for a second with this? Right? You don't need a kid going, so how much pocket money am I going to get? Right? That means they're just doing things for money. They're not doing things because they want to learn or doing things because they want to help. Have a goodie, everybody out there, and enjoy the next elections. And hopefully one day on these elections, they'll elect the right leader, and then this leader can show us all the world what true freedom and rights is. And then one day we'll be able to say, we have a country that can show us true freedom and rights and that is fair. But at the moment, we have not got one country that is like that, do we? Let me know in comments if we do, please. Thank you. And would you love to see a country like that you might be able to go to? Like other countries say, they save up money to go to a better country. What country would you want to go to? One that's just a little better and don't have so much rules as the other one? Or one that's just fair and honest and truthful and debates? Have a good one. Bye-bye. That's what I had to explain to community housing. As people, like when you're through community housing or through any rental thing, right, is one of the complaint things to get rid of people who are around you, because this is what bullies love. They love these complaint lists to set up shit, right, is that you got to get a police statement saying someone's been arrested. What they really need to get is a police statement saying someone's been arrested and they're guilty of what they did and this is what they did. And here's the guilt. Here's the proof. Without that, people these days just make claims, get the police to turn up, arrest you, so they can say that, and then say that they're right. But they're wrong. They're just made a facade. Right? In fact, some of these facades take a little while and backfire back at the people making false claims. Don't they? Anyway, I thought I'd chuck that out, as I've told housing that, and they have too many chefs in the pot, and occasionally you'll get that problem, as I got with the neighbours I've had previously and still got, about false claims and false putting in, right? Like about noise complaint when I was just doing a blower, right? And then they send that to housing and go, I've got a official noise complaint. I was just blowing at the right time, or I was cleaning my house at the right time, or I was mowing. But these people can get complaints for that, can't they? And so they can use it to bully you, right? Like I said, if the government doesn't have their laws right, the bad guys will use it against the good guys. And they're there to protect the good guys, aren't they? To make it better for the good and not better for the bad to use to throw at people. Anyway, and I've told housing over and over again, because housing have told me for these complaints, you do a complaint back then, right? But I don't play their games, okay? And I'd rather talk to people legitly and do other things than to just make up a claim because I can and I'm angry. Have a good one. And when my complaints are made, it's because I've been through all those stages. I've tried everything, and now I am doing the real shit, right? Like I'm about to do soon in the future. Okay? Bye-bye. Because when you do all the right things first, you're in the right to the eyes of God, to everybody when it comes through to the court. It's like when you're in a fight and you know how to fight and kill in a fight, you know how to do it, is that you don't fight unless you've tried everything possible and they're coming to get you and they're attacking you. Then you're allowed to fight. Right? That's what you call self-defense. It's hard to talk about that and get that, definitely when you're in countries that don't let you do any self-defense because they'll attack you on the smallest thing. That makes people not want to deal with anything, wouldn't it? Anyway, have a good one and bye-bye. Now, like I've said in one of my stories, or a couple of them, about how I was in high school and why I got into trouble. I got suspended a lot of times and then expelled. And that's because pretty much in high school, I was like that leader going around trying to set an example. Definitely at the end of the days of the high school, when I knew that I was doing wrong and I needed to do the right thing and I was seeing shrinks and I went through all these things, I decided to turn what I knew and my ability around and use it in a different way. And of course I was young and learning still, and I got in a lot of trouble by beating up bullies, because beating them up or getting beaten up by them, standing up to them, right, was not the best way to do things. But as far as I'm concerned, when you're in school and the teachers don't want to listen to the behind scenes and all the truth, and we all know the kids, the people, right, at the school, is that you end up having these games, right, or a person that you used to go see, which I used to have either old exes or friends of exes and stuff like that. And I used to say to definitely girls or geeks or disability people, that they had a problem with a bully, come and see me and I'll deal with them for you. And as you know, when you deal with bullies and you try to step in, they go, who are you? And you can get even into a big fight, right? But I did it all the time. And that's how I got into most of my trouble, right? 3/4 of it at least, of the high school suspensions, right? Because I was a little naughty and as I was learning, right? And I can deal with all that bullshit kind of crap that they're talking now about, made up crap behind the scenes, irrelevant crap more likely, right? Because they're there to do, to talk for the people, not to talk about themselves and irrelevant attacks. That's what kids do at high school, to bully each other and to make them feel down so that way they give up, right? But you're not there to make them feel down so they give up. You're just there to work out the challenges that the people want. True? Anyway, that's what I did at school, and it got me into a lot of trouble trying to deal with the challenges of what's meant to be happening out in the playground and keep things peacefully without too much of big gang incidents. Because I know when I first was in it, and it was a lot of gang incidents. Right? And then it died down a little bit as I got out of it as much as I could. And then when I couldn't get out of it and couldn't stop certain things, I just left it near the end. People might have thought I just gave up and started hanging around with geeks and stuff like that. But I just decided if you can't fix it, leave it. And that's what I did near the end. But I still, because of the history I had, when I try to leave it, they come to me. Anyway, people, have a good one, and bye-bye. So beers is your thing. Well, and you want to have some fun, and you know beers do it for you, then I guess get on the beers. That's your Pacific duty, and that's what must be done. Beers. What's pretty hilarious? The cycle will repeat and will repeat until we get it right. So the question is, when will we get it right and stop doing how these people are laughing at this tribe and in the future we'll laugh at the next tribe? When will that stop? When will we get the ultimate answer and get it right where we can actually live in peace and harmony and just study because we've got it right? When will that day come? Anyway, we're studying while we're still getting it right. That's where we are at the moment. So, such a circle will repeat. True? I will have a debate on what I just said. If anyone wants to talk about why we're having certain problems, is because collectively we're still trying to get it right. Bye. Now, of course, when it comes to the second time I got pulled up, it was all videoed. And I was trying to post it up as I was stopping it and using two phones to video what was going down. And some were going up too. One of them that just appeared was uploading. And then it didn't upload and went funny on my phone, which I've recorded before about that day. But just in case it's not on the video part that you can see when the police pulled me up the second time, and we talk about the one and all that kind of stuff, is that not the officer that mainly talked to me, but the other officer said to me, so you're just doing this for money, aren't you? You doing all this for money? I wasn't doing nothing for money. I was trying to tell them my point about how unfair they are when it comes to the drug test and how I thought that I technically shouldn't have lost my license. So I started driving. And if I seen a cop, I'll drive past them, just, see what'll happen if they pull me over. I'll once again talk about this drug issue. And I've been having way less of it, which doesn't matter anymore, does it? Doesn't matter if you had less of it. Obviously, this drug test and what they're doing to us, they're making us suffer for people on marijuana, because it's up to 6 months, because it could be in your phone, you can cough it up. They're making us suffer really, really bad because we've had it before. Hilarious, isn't it? But that's what they're doing. And anyway, it was got nothing to do with that. It was got to do with that they're using the wrong test for people who are driving. That drug test, when it comes to driving test, for people who are driving, it's meant to show that you're dangerous. Like the judge tried to tell me at court that yes, you are dangerous. The next day, and up to 6 months, I wouldn't want you to drive me around because you are dangerous. If they think that's real common sense, then I don't know where they get it from. All I know is they just believe what they want to believe. That's what I feel. And they attack what they want to attack. And when you tell them about a drug they've already approved and sell, and that the drug you're talking about and that you weren't even off your head on it, and you'd rather have that one than the one that they already approve and sell that is much worse and kills people when you overdose on it and all sorts of things. It's a joke, isn't it, people? But it's reality. 100% reality. Anyway, have a good one. And I did nothing for money. In fact, I haven't earned a cent since I've gotten onto the internet. Not one little dime. Not $10, not someone turning up and going, here you go, here's a donation. Not a nana right up to this moment. Nothing. I have mentioned it with how I put up little video clips and then I write a little saying, you know, this is the radio station. I put up on there, you know, if you want to help me out in what I do, if there's anyone out there. But apparently all the scammers have already ruined that opportunity for me, because I wasn't an internet person, as I've told you before, only to the last couple of years, since they pulled me up. And then I've heard in readings that they try to say that now you've had time, you could have done this and this and this. I already was doing things. They could have sped up something, maybe, maybe not. As far as I'm concerned, I was already ready for things ages ago, a year ago now, for dancing and all sorts of things when it comes to spirituality. So they haven't sped nothing up. They've actually slowed me down because I can't get around to go show people things properly and feel good that I can travel. I feel like I'm a victim of everything, right? You've seen all the other video clips when it comes to anything I've reported. I try to do the right thing. People come and smash it on me when I put things in public. I try to do a different way when it comes to Anzac Day and giving gifts to spirit. And then this town has thieves that just ransack it and steal shit, right? How would you feel trying to heal in such a place, people? And then you try to talk about people stealing shit from you, and every report you've given to the police they're pretty much ignored, except the things that you found and then had to go pick up. And that was a funny incident. I even told the police that I had this moment where I kept finding things, the knife and the turtle and the ruler and all sorts of things, just going for walks, and there was these things on my path. I wonder if that was set up, because I feel like it was. Like they were hoping that I'll just take it and they could talk about it later, like I did with the toolbox. You know what I mean? Shit that happens, hey. And I know that if people ask me about certain things, I would tell you certain things like this that could be happening and what people could do. They really could, definitely if you had money and a crew. Very easy, in fact. And other people wouldn't believe you because everybody these days are in their own bubble, and then people go, why would they do that to you? I know this because I have people telling me this. So you got to be careful, people, because everyone thinks that nothing happens to them. Everyone thinks there's no rich people that play stupid games on people. That they don't think it unless they're in it, and then when they're in it, no one believes it because everyone's like the other thing, isn't it? But anyway, have a good one, and all be in your coincidence and whatever land. But just realise and just know that there really is bad people out there doing to people every day like killers. All the time, scammers and doing all sorts of things. And that's because the system allows it and the police cannot keep up with things. Anyway, have a good one and see you later. Hamas murders and rapes and cuts off babies' heads, maybe. We haven't got 100% clarity on that. We do have things that could be doctored. And Israel, if they get attacked at all, it doesn't even have to be that big. As they've said, they've barely ever been attacked. So if they get attacked minorly, they will come in with all forces and destroy and won't plan and do things right. So which one is more better? as far as I'm concerned, they're as bad as each other, right? But if Israel retaliates in such a way, what's all the other stories Israel's already done, right? So unless you do a good study about these two countries' past history, what's been happening, and maybe even what's been happening secretly, it'd be hard to find out between both countries, wouldn't it? But they know. That's why when it comes to why they're fighting about it, and it's not because they want the other country's resources or anything, it's because they don't get along spiritually at all. They just don't get along, do they? They need to learn to get along. They need to learn about their differences, but I can't say too much, because like I said, things need to be researched before other people tap in. Otherwise, and I've learnt in life, if you're getting in other people's business without knowing all the story, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. So it's good to know all the story before you get into someone's business. And even if you know all the story, you still got a 20% chance or so of getting into trouble, trying to do the right thing. So sometimes it's best not to do anything. They can lay claims, but that's all it'll be, because it's not your fault that they're warring, is it? Anyway, people, have a good one, and see you later. They want to know how I know something without an elder teaching me. Well, say that someone's doing something to you that they want to teach, right? This is how I learn. I'm a good learner with this, Bella. You can ask people if they want to speak the truth to you, like my mother and stuff like that. But I watch and then learn. I can watch someone cook a meal and then do it weeks later if I've seen it a few times, all by myself. They won't even be around. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen him do this and I've seen him do that. And I get it done. It's like when I learnt to drive and stuff like that. I didn't have the driving test. I didn't have people going, oh, you need to do this, Tim, and that. When I did, I was a little kid, 6, 7 years old on a farm, 8 years old, and got taught then. Here's the pedals here. And then I've done everything myself, right up to getting my license, learned that myself, to driving the P's. No one drove around for hours or I went on trips or anything. I was actually lucky that time I over 25, you don't need to do a logbook, right? And that's when I got my license, years after that. So I didn't have to worry about a few things. But I did everything by myself, including getting into trouble by myself. You know how you learn lessons? But anyway, when it comes to these questions, what do you think would happen in court of law when it comes to things like this? Like, say someone was driving someone crazy and they had law with them on their side and stuff like that, and they were driving and they got all the video of all these things, of these people doing things, and this person can't report or do anything. What do you think's meant to happen? Like I said, there's these people that do deliberately do that to get them to kill themselves or to think stupid and all this kind of stuff, right? What do you think would happen at court if they showed all this evidence, right, of why it led up to that point? If they want to listen, of course. You don't want to go to such a court that I've been to before, a lower class court. But this will be a higher class court, more likely that they listen to when it comes to big things like someone murdering crazy. I don't know, yeah? It all depends on that. You know what I mean? But if someone was getting away with everything and they got the law on their side and everything, what do you think happens? We've had movies like this where rich people were doing that, and then you see this person come in and kill the rich person, because that's the only way to stop them, is to kill where it's coming from. The rich person setting up everybody, making everyone go crazy, ignoring him, blah, 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 blah. It sounds pretty crazy, isn't it? But that's just the world we live in. People have so much money now, hey Bella, that they don't know what to do with it. They're bored. And they laugh and they think they're superior, hey? And so with all that, what would happen when they get ideas, when they watch movies, could even give them ideas? What do you think a bored rich person might say or do? Definitely if they don't really have a heart, Bella. And there's plenty of them, isn't there? What would happen? Truly, think about it. And if you think they're not around, what planet you guys on? In fact, there'll be way more of them than you don't even notice. Just like in these movies, how we can show, right? And it's in a movie, it's a theory, right? Doesn't mean it's true, but it certainly can be, can't it? And so these groups are all secret, right? And you'll never find in their phones and that, the super rich, unless you can get another group that can have hackers. You need to do what they do. You need to get people in certain positions and jobs, even if you're poor. And sometimes you can if you're wise enough, isn't it? To find out these answers. Otherwise, in this world, people, if there's certain enemies after you, you can literally be screwed. These people could literally have a ganging you, have the police of the town. They can, right? You can make a movie about this, there is, right? And make you go loopy and wait for you to go crazy so they can try to come in and say, look, this is what he did to the rest of the world, right? Imagine that. They can actually do that shit. So what do you think would happen to that guy? What do you think he would do? You think he'll take it sweet when they come in to get him? Or do you think he might pull a move and try to get away and get some people he thinks that he knows that are deliberately holding him back? Definitely some of these people that he knows that he's holding him back and haven't got their punishment. And they're attacking me, and he knows with other footages that they know that they can attack with, but leave footages they know that they're already previously screwed because of what I'm talking about some sort of way to get these people not to listen, or they're paid. Blackmail, magic, if it was real, right? Can they get people to be stupid, right? I think it could be a device. Technology can make people go stupid, send a wave, send something, right? It could be anything, people, when it comes to making people not be right. But anyway, I'll leave that with you. I'm pretty far out there, aren't I, when it comes to theories? But I tell you, when you go through things and you've got plenty of time to think about, you can come up with a lot of things. And when you come up with a lot of theories, you might come up with 10 of them on the one thing. But only one of them would be right, wouldn't it? But first you've got to come up with it. And then when you do, and it becomes right, you go, I fucking knew it. Right? And you can learn it better than not thinking about it and then not knowing and going, oh, okay, you can do that. Or you can go, I fucking knew it. And the other people might go, oh, you just say that. But you know truly yourself, don't you? It's always up to your own self. And that's what people got to get into. That life's about you and yourself and your loved ones and how you feel. Don't worry about what the rest of it is. And if you're living life because of money and you need money, your life is seriously wrong when it comes to spirituality, and you're going to have another life before you get it right when it comes to the spirit side. And have a good one. That's all I got to say. Bye. Now, someone might understand this story, everybody. Certainly a group that I talk to a lot. Now, if they check out my page, they would know all my information. But it's hard to tell, like they mentioned in this clip that I've commented on. This is a tarot reading. When you have a court system involved, hey? And they believe false stuff, how I talk about how you can get reports done on you behind the scenes falsely. And they believe it and go with that. So you're not proven innocent until guilty. You're guilty to proven innocent. Right? That's how it works when someone does a claim here in Australia, in Victoria, right? So they get in first, like the problems I've been having with the person that I posted up. They become the king somehow, right? And the police will treat you in such a way because they might have done a report earlier saying you're a pedophile, saying you might be touching their kids, even though you've never even been in their home, close enough to their kid, played with their kid, and you might have said a few words as you walk past them, right? And then, imagine these type of people, they like to team up, these type of people who like to bully people, to control or for some sort of particular reason. And what they do is they team up with other people. So if these people know about what you post, so say you're a person that posts on Facebook or you post up on YouTube and stuff like that, they know about it. Definitely these certain people that you're trying to help by posting things, by getting people to see what they do, right? So imagine, and I posted up about a particular Virgo fella, right, that lived in Shepparton, that has gone into my life several times and tried to screw with me, even though this fella was married with kids and has a life and not fucking happy about it. So he's a dude that talks behind the scenes. But then I find out later on, years and years later, after the second time, he pops back into the life, or maybe third, but the second time I remember when I got told that his wife is just as bad as him. But that's from his mouth. It's not really from the wife, and Emma's never really seen it, or this other person. We call this other person Emma, right? And we all know my story. So anyway, so I'll continue with this story for everybody out there. So you imagine if this Virgo hooks up with this other dude, right? Because they can work together. My enemy of my enemy is my friend, to attack someone else. But doesn't mean they're doing the right thing. They're just using a saying and a way, right? And this Virgo also starts making false claims, but not onto me, that to fix a certain problem that he may have done. And he starts making false claims onto me as well as the other person that I've talked about. So, Emma, right? And he starts to say that they're all this and this and that. Now, when it comes to this conversation, I wanted to get all the proof by checking up, because most of these encounters, 99%, because she's only met this guy a couple of times face to face, as he only come in a few hour drive a couple of times for certain things, right? But he can mostly get his pleasure by asking for videos and photos, right? So he can get his pleasure when it comes to the pleasure part of a relationship. And over time, someone realises it was all a game and it was more about these photos, and got worried about what could this person be doing with these things and videos. And so over time, things stopped when it comes to that, and the other person started doing the right thing when it comes to relationships, and stuck with the person that they'll always with, right? And this other Virgo gets caught because this other person posts up about it, right? That he is a cheater and he talks maybe behind people's backs and stuff. And he's been exposed, like this other fella's been exposed for what they've done. And they want to get out of these exposures, people. So what they do is they go to the system, because the system is there for us. But instead of doing the right thing when they go to this system, they lie, trick and manipulate the system. Like if you want to do a report on someone who's posting up things on you on YouTube or such thing, right, is that you don't report about all the postings, because definitely when it comes to a system that doesn't really check things, right, like the police system. So what they do is they post about things that are, that was not important. They could actually have a say about it, even though you've got previous posts that they're evil. So it's like, say a thief. You got the thief on camera walking around and that, and he can complain about that to the police, and they'll only see that and see it and attack you for it, even though you've got him beforehand pulling out your garden, doing all these other evil things. He won't complain about it. He'll complain about the other post, and definitely if he's getting away with it and he's already done it, he'll keep doing it about the other ones, because he knows the police won't check the rest or the law. They don't get into it unless someone makes them or tries to, right? And so what he does is that, or they complain on those little posts, but they won't complain on the real posts that might, if they get seen on them ones, they're going to get in deep shit, which is really weird, because you're taking a big risk, really, when you do this. But they must know the system, right? That if you complain here, what happens if they look over there? Well, they go, well, they won't. Even though I've gone in and asked the system to look. And you know what the system told me? And I've got it up on video for you here. It's on private at the moment though, but I have posted it up, and I put it on private for help the system while I'm trying to communicate with the system, because we don't want to get things into trouble and make them look stupid. We just want to move on. And the police in the system says they can't see my videos, so they can't just type in my name or anything, and they can't see my videos. And they don't come around to check up on you or try to call you many, many, many times. Who knows, we do change phones. But if that doesn't happen, then nothing happens. But like I said, I've posted up these previous things. I've complained about a thief. And they said they'll look into it even though I had the video. So I hope when shoppers have videos on kids and that thieving and they call them straight away, which is why I whinged about how the businesses get more privilege than the people themselves, which is not right. Because the people themselves are going to go to court and do all these things. So technically, when it comes to the shop, they shouldn't call the police, and you're not allowed to grab your kid and take them and scare them and all this kind of crap. The kid can just walk away and go, take your video and I'll see you at court. Because that's what they do to civilians, people. We don't get a charge straight away. In the old days, if you had the evidence and we know it and it's there, you should be charged. You're guilty. We don't need to go to court. They're guilty, right? Or you investigate, you grab them. That's what they do at the shop. That's why they come screaming in, the police, or they have security guards to hold people. But that right is not for us, because I've proved it and I've got all the video of it, right? And here's another right that's also not fair. If the government's allowing anything to be sold, they're meant to handle the problems that got sold and what happens, because they make money and profit off it. You get it? So when it comes to alcohol, and they know this, they're meant to handle the situation in a professional way the best they can. Before they ignore it, there has to be real proof of why they're doing it. Not just because they're drunk and they're filming. And I've had police officers walk away from me after being insulted because I was drunk a little bit and I was filming. All things that are against the law, but they do it. So how do we fix this problem? And then if you try to report it, like we've seen in life before, and I'm hoping it's not happening, is that they favour their own people, right? It's like at a workplace when people, shopper might complain about something. They're going to do it a lot, and the boss go, well, I know you, and they take their word kind of thing. When it comes to the government system, though, things have to be done legitly as far as I'm concerned. I have put in a report about complaining on the things I've complained about and they haven't been solved or issued in a proper way. And I put it down as attack on the way I do things, I guess. So it's religion. And so if they're ignoring me now, the next higher people, because they don't think I have a religion because I don't go to one that's permanently already marked, does that mean I don't have a religion, people? You know what I mean? A religion is a way of how I be. And if they agree to that way is fair and righteous way of how to be and do things, and if it's not a religion, then it should be a new religion, don't you think? Or become one. Or it's another way of thinking. It's like being an atheist, isn't it? So if you're an atheist and you feel like you're getting attacked being an atheist, what can you say about that? Atheists. There's one for you guys. Do you have less rights as saying that you have your way as being a religion because the police will look at religions more righteous over you as the atheists? Is the way you're thinking? They'll have to answer these questions one day, hey, or will they delete me? Because we all know what can happen when it comes to certain circumstances. And I'm hoping it certainly ain't going to come to that. Because I loved the place I was at before all these attacks and unrighteous things started happening. And that's all I've got to say. And I hope one day it becomes way better and people do the right thing instead of attacking and raping and warring like in other places. Have a good one. Bye-bye. They're going to have to let me know. I think a few other people would want that spell. It'll fix everyone's. Whoever can do spells, I want a group to get them. Alright? Otherwise shut them down because it is causing problems. And let them do the abracadabra fuck it spell. You get everyone to have that. Alright? And hopefully it doesn't mean you don't do nothing right. Because spells are weird apparently. It might mean that everything gets solved in your life. What do you reckon? So just give me that one. Let me have the abracadabra fuck it. And everything becomes good. That's how it works. What do you reckon? Because we don't want to abracadabra fuck it and then become lazy. That's not right. No, it's abracadabra fuck it. Make it all work. I'm over this shit. What do you reckon? Someone says child. No. Anyway, have a good one. Oh, there we go. As we should. We've got these people that ride around. Look, it's not going to give you the right score. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah. It can go in private and save for later. For a time when they understand. Have a good one.
G'day. My name is Thick as a Brick. Or is it these people who make comments before they know anything? Let me know who's thick as a brick. I should show it here. There it is there. As thick as a brick. Because of what I said about inflation. Gave him a couple of questions to think about. He didn't want to think. He just called me thick as a brick. Now, people like this is why we get nowhere. Because they don't really think. They just see the last thing and say their comment. Don't they, people? So that means, like I've talked about before, you've got to make sure you're goody every single text. Otherwise, you get things like this when you do questions, don't you? Right? This is why I'm getting off. You know why I'm getting off? Because I class everybody else out there as thick as a brick and not worth talking to. Right? And I am getting off. Okay? This is called slowly getting off. Have a good one. Alright, I see what's happening here. How do you get farmers to not chop down so many trees or to keep some trees on their property? Right? How do you get farmers to do that? Well, you can give them money, I guess. That would help the farmers. But when farmers go good, you can also still be wasting money giving them these grants because they're entitled to it. True. So the best way to get farmers, I don't know about the particular trees that you want them to grow, but I can certainly tell you that I can get farmers to put trees on their land because it will benefit them. Now, if you show a farmer a benefit of what trees or what type of trees could do for their land, I'm sure they're happy to get some tree seeds that aren't very expensive at all, as they buy things all the time, farmers, to plant some trees for the future of a new way of having a farm. What do you reckon? That's a nice, easy way for both sides to get what they want. Now, if a farmer's struggling with that, how to fix that problem is you give out grants to struggling farmers for the deeds they're doing, which I've mentioned before in a clip of mine, that you can give out grants to help farmers start new ways and do ways properly. And it's a loan grant. You can loan them grants, maybe very small, short, no interest loans could be offered to these farmers with these programs that they show that they're going to do and how they're going to do things. What do you reckon? Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Have a goodie. Bye-bye. And you know how that can happen? Because the police will only look at one bit of evidence, what they receive. So if you can get the police to look at one thing that helps you to get rid of a person, to make it harder for them or delay, right, the evidence against you, right? So you go, police, look over here, get them in trouble because I don't want you to look over here because I'll get in trouble, right? And you know how the law works here in Australia? Is that if you get in first, you can do exactly that. Definitely if you attack a person who doesn't like to attack back as much. True? They'll be your little pet, wouldn't they? Right? Anyway, until your pet finally bites back. True? Have a good one. How do you find out about perverts and people that video things constantly to come up with bullshit? Right? Because some people video some people's doors, man, because they're up on hills or they're directly across. You know, we see movies about this kind of thing, and people video. And then imagine all of a sudden they see a video that they can whinge at, right? And technically they're a pervert watching, right? But then all of a sudden someone walks past naked at a window that they shouldn't even be perving at constantly, and the person only finally walks past just for a minute or two, right? And then these people capture it and go, look how inappropriate it is. You know why these people do those such things? To say what I just did. What I just said. Right? They want something to say. They're freaks. As far as I'm concerned, in my eyes. They need to learn. They're people straight out of high school and think that talking blah blah and doing weird shit so they can get snapshots are weirdos. Don't you think? And people actually do it. Where's a field where these weirdos can get jobs at doing this weird thing sometimes because they go a little bit too far? They can lose jobs in this job too and cause people's accidents and stuff like that sometimes because they take things too far. What do you reckon? But I was curious when I was dancing around in here and I got hot and I was curious when I opened the door if anyone videoed it. So we'll find out one day. And when they did, I was curious to why it got videoed as well and how it got videoed. Wouldn't you, Emma? Remember when I was dancing the other day and I got hot and I opened the door and I popped around over there a little bit and popped around over here? Remember that? Yeah. So I'm just saying that because things can happen, right? And people can video things and mention things and try to make it look worse than what they are. And you need to look at how do they get this shit in the first place or the things they're saying. When it comes to things like that. And you just always twist things back at people who are doing the wrong thing, don't you? In the end, hopefully, if we all are looking for truth and honesty and stuff, that outcome would always happen. True? Have a good one. Bye. Big loud motorbike. I've been around a lot lately. Anyway, I want to have a discussion about these people, right? And about how they say you better read, you better do all this. Remember all the videos I've talked about when it comes to the rich? And the rules have set us, people. Because it's control and domination. Like I've talked about, if you haven't gone to college, then in this world, you're nothing. Because it's about control and domination. Since I've gotten on here and talked, I haven't had college education. And I'm talking to people who have had college education. And I'm giving them points and stuff like that. Like this fella here that's talking. And the muscly fella too. I have sent them lots of messages since the last couple of years. Then I've noticed what they're talking about lately. Right? I have up to 70 subscribers, and that's enough for people to talk about me behind the scenes. Right? And you don't need to watch a whole clip to make a like, and there's all sorts of tricks you can do. These people are professionals at these tricks, people. Right? Just like they talk about with the push the button, you will make a lot of money if you join their party. You get it? So if you get to join their party and you agree to the scams and ways they do things, then they will let you in. Like when they say your partner's not good enough, we can give you a better one so we can advertise you better. Because it's all about the money and advertisation and presenting. That's how they see it. And if you do that the best, because you have money, then you'll always beat the poor. That's what they say. They say the poor are never cool enough. No matter how much truth you speak, they will take that idea and script it beautifully for you. And say that they're the ones that come up with the idea. They're the ones that were able to do it. They're the only ones that are able to do it. That's what they claim, people. See if I can get the thing to come back up here. So when it comes to poor little fellas like me, and we all know when Jesus talks to people and stuff like that, they go for the poor. And we all know the story of what happens when that happens. Because it's a test for everybody, you see. And the devil, the rich, that owns all the money. Right, that's why we're in the position we are all around the world, people. Because the devil is actually in control. at this moment, okay? In more control than the good God. The good God never really steps in until it's really bad, like a parent, isn't it? Even parents let their kids suffer for a while, don't they? Until the last minute sometimes. Sometimes parents even, it goes too far before the parent realises, hey, and went, oh, I better step in now. Things like that. But until then, the parent is trying to teach the child or children about life, where they are now, and that the things that are in it are deceiving and can be tricksters, right? And are very greedy and selfish, and can turn into that as they go through life lessons, and everyone goes through different ones. So everyone turns into different things. But over time, in our society, mankind, the devil has slowly been winning, as we see. And now it's got to a point with technology, and it can use that. As Jehovah's Witnesses would say, the technology is the devil's tool. And in a way, they're right. But it's how you use it and absorb it and see it, right? And if you see the devil in there, you ignore the devil. The devil's there to trick and deceive. And you go, that's not right. And so you say it's not right. Don't make it right because a lot of other people are saying it's right. It's a way of deceiving. Right? Because they go, well, people start thinking, well, if they're all doing it, it must be right. No. Right? It's all about common sense and knowledge. And what you believe is right when it comes to love and it comes to hatred. These evil beings can have love in them somewhere. We all do, actually. Definitely the selfish ones. Because they've got to have something around. They've got to love something in the end. And they spoil it, which is usually family. Right? So these bad gangsters you see going around shooting up people and shit, they will talk about family. And yet they're evil. And they will protect their kind. So in a way they have a love. Because it's one part of love is protection. And you'll do anything. Right? But when it comes to love for all things, instead of just what you believe you should love, that's hard, isn't it? To love all things. To love something that you didn't even know. Can you cry for something you didn't know? Because when you do, that means you have sorrow, heart. Because you can imagine something. And you also have, you think a little bit more. Because I pick up things and bury things and care for things sometimes I don't even know. And I get a feeling of helping them. And it feels good. Just like I had a feeling when I was a kid of domination, pulling off flyers' wings and control. It felt good too. So I had to choose between these two feelings. Sometimes it's easier to go the devil way, the selfish way, I've noticed, and to be cruel and to be greedy. Because you'll get more than what you want, and you can trick and deceive and make your life easier. But then when it comes to the good, you might do good for ages and nothing happens. You know, you can be evil for ages and you always get caught, nothing happens too. Everything's yin and yang. And it's the same with good. But then you can be good to someone and do a small thing and get a big reward, right? And you might do more good later, but you might not. That person might leave. Right? It's all, what do you want to choose? Do you want to be good to get your rewards? Or do you want to be evil to get your rewards? Or you can stick in the middle and you give out what comes to you. Definitely if you picked one. So you can pick one and then you give out whatever comes to you. So if you're bad, you give more bad to people who annoy the shit out of you. You get it? And it's the other way around when it comes to good. Anyway, I'll leave it there. And I thought I'd just chuck a quick conversation out of what things mean. Now, when it comes to learning, you don't need to be a reader to learn. As we've learnt right up to the point where we go to school before we read, don't we? We're learning. Reading is just like watching a video show, right? And sometimes people can read and get it in better because they're reading it. Everyone thinks differently too. And sometimes people get it in better when they're watching a TV as they're seeing it and enjoying the moment, right? But sometimes they might be watching the TV and watching all the stuff and not hearing them. It all depends on the person. You will know how you should study. If you can read and you read a book, a Goosebump book, can you remember that Goosebump book better and what you went through in it? And then watch the Goosebump movie, here's an example like you can do, and see if you got more information or that presented better for you. And find out. You might get a little bit of both. It might be good to read and watch. And usually it is. But it doesn't mean you have to. Right? A bookworm can know everything, but not gone out and done it. It's like knowing how to do an operation, but you haven't done it, have you? Doesn't mean you can do it. It means you can attempt it. When you watch something, which is learning, you can know the same thing. So I could watch an operation, see how they do it a few times. Got that in my head. Definitely if you have like photographic memory. And then when an incident happens, I might be able to pull it off. And it wouldn't surprise me that I can, because I do that in a lot of things. Some people can do that. Some people have to do it 10 times, the operation, before they get it. As we're all different. And we have to see each other different. And we have to see each other that we learn differently. And we have to see that there will be a whole different ways of learning for people. And that's good. If it doesn't work for you, you need another way. You know, I can see schools teaching kids different ways. When it comes to English, instead of having all 5 English classes that everyone goes and splits up to, maybe there should be 5 different ways of teaching English. And if they're not learning in that class, they need to go to the other English class that's teaching the same type of English, the same things, but in a different way. That might help some people. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I don't want to chuck out everything, because as you can see in this life, people, and I will talk about into the future, that you can talk a lot and people will take your ideas if they can get there first. Quick is the answer, like these people are saying here. So they're saying, and they could be saying, as I talk about with the devil, they will do if you allow them to do it, is that if you put out ideas and you're not ready for them, and you're still hooting along, but you're going slow, but there's someone else who's got money and who's got a team who can go quicker, don't put it out. You hear these people all the time, don't put it out. You know why you can't put it out? Because these people come along and steal it. Is that right? Wouldn't it be better if we can just fix the laws to stop these things from happening, these cyber things and these people stealing ideas and shit? Why do we have to patent something? Like The Simpsons, when it comes to an idea and then you see Bart and Lisa solve a case when it comes to who made what first, when it was a picture, a cartoon thing. Right? That's how it should be. Don't worry about the copyright. Right? The copyright's a legit form. Right? Once you've done it, you copyright it, you're going to start selling it. Right? But if someone steals an idea that someone else talks to, like we've heard about when it comes to Facebook and McDonald's, because they heard it and go, shit, I'm going to rush into that and do it better, that is stealing. It really is. They're stealing the information and then quickly going to get it done, work quicker, because the devil's made these loopholes and these laws so we can do it, hey? So how do we stop this, people? I guess we change these laws. I guess we're going to have to try to get, and if we can't change the laws when it comes to common sense on things, why is that? Is that because the devil is in that position, these minions? You get it? They're in there, they're collecting money, they're not listening. And as you notice now these days, we're starting to get onto this stuff, aren't we? So you could put it, when it comes to getting things better, you can put quickness on that, you can. But you still got to do it right, don't you? Huh? So be careful for a lot of these people who get a lot of knowledge and watch them over time, that they don't become godly-like, where they just think they know everything. They think their way, like a Hitler thought, is the only one. Right? And even if they think their way is the best way, good for them. They can think that, but it doesn't mean it is. Okay? In my opinion. Let me know in comments, people, what you think about that kind of stuff. And have a good one. And I can't wait to be recognised and talk this and get paid for it. Because when I start getting paid for this kind of thing, it will motivate me more. And I'll actually feel like I want to live
again for real. But at the moment, I'm living for myself and the things I love around me. It's holding on. If I lost those things around me that I love, I'd have definitely nothing to live for. And the devil would want to be very fucking scared if that ever happened. And I was a person walking around going to another country because the devil in my country fucked it up. I would want to come after that devil too, in all sorts of ways. It's a human thing to self-defense for yourself. Just before you cark it. If you're a bit scared, you might think that you want to cark it. When you're nice, you go rather just die. You don't want to make things worse. But I thought about it for a while. And sometimes, you are nice and you don't want to make it worse or whatever. You're better off just doing something. Take out a devil minion before you go. Give a devil minion the shit. Do something. But with your life, right? So go after him. So die for something. They always say die proud, die for something, right? You don't always have to die for something, but if you know shit's hitting the fan, then that's a good time to do, right? Definitely if you're sick as shit, you might as well go do something, okay? Instead of just going to hang off a tree or put a bullet in the head. Because really, that's the easy way out. You can do that, right? You might be just had a whole total and a whole knife and you don't even want to help anybody. Right? You might even lost all goodness in you. And that can happen. So I expect that to happen. Just end it. But if you got goodness in you and you're getting close to ending it, you should go do something before you turn into the devil. Because that's what it always wants you to do, is why you go through things. When you kill yourself or you go at him, he doesn't like that. But he likes it, or he likes it when you kill yourself, sorry. But he doesn't like it when he goes at you. Because you can take your soul and he goes, yeah, I got that victim man. Right? But he'd rather have you alive to suck off you as long as possible. That's in my opinion. As we've heard all the time about what people do to people, they make you slaves and that, they're sucking off you as long as possible. Right. Anyway, have a good one. Don't want to sound too mellow and down and dramatic, right? Just giving out the truth and what I believe, what happens. So when you talk to a lot of people on the internet and you're like, just like this fella's talking about in this clip here, time to fucking grow up, right? What does that mean? Growing up. Does that mean join everybody else? Get in line. Does that mean growing up? Or does growing up mean be more loving? I want to know if this guy will ever comment me back. Do you think he might comment me back on this video? What do you reckon? Do I need to show a lot to make him comment me back? Do I have to hurt these people that like to steal, maybe, people, to get them to react? What do you reckon? Anyway, have a good one and see you later. Look at my hair. Look at see the reflection. Bye. Are you interested in the coincidences that I get, Bella? So let me know in comments, as you say. Or don't do anything, of course. People are used to that. Don't do much at all. Do the minimum. Now, guys, you got the minimum requirements of this service. This is the minimum you can do on that. You know what everyone does when they get that? The minimum. So you got to make sure the minimum really is right, because most people and companies and ways will get done to the minimum. It's just a human thing, which should be, because we're here to live and not work, right? But lots of things are meant to be done right. But doing everything to the minimum, better make sure the standards are right for the minimum. Have a good one. Now, why would I say that in this clip, people? And what have I just recently put up and was talking about? And then once I finished doing my thing, which I just did, I thought I'd go check out something that seems to pop up on my coincidentally a lot in certain times that I know. For me. So I know what's going on. For the things I'm studying. Only me, because I'm studying it. And I go, like someone else goes, pause with a Why would they, if someone looks into something, like a crystal ball in their mind, whatever you want to see it as, they will need to pause while they look into something. After every comment or answer, definitely if you know someone's watching you know, right? How I know that someone's watching me, they might know that someone's watching them. True. Anyway, have a good one, and I'll leave those thoughts. Don't want to blow minds too much, because a lot aren't ready to have that, as the education is way back and they only know how to push buttons. Right? You know that saying? And they're only educated to do that factory job. Right? And so you can't talk about higher things. They just go, I don't want to know, oh, he's crazy, or something like that. You get it? So when it comes to me and the things that I'm actually studying at the moment, I need to talk to educated people. Otherwise, they might just look at me like I'm crazy, okay, and don't want to know about it. True? The educated people would say yes. Have a good one, people, and bye-bye. Now, when you've tried everything else the normal civil way, which we have for years, haven't we, people? Talking like we're adults and all that kind of stuff. Being serious as they want it. How far did they get us? So if you want to push hard, as I've mentioned before, and talk a truth, and use the loophole of human thinking, you use comedy, you laugh at stupid idiots. They fucking hate it. Right? And then just go, they can keep doing what they're doing if they think that's what they need to do, isn't it? But we think it's fucking stupid and hilarious. Instead of crying, we're going to laugh about it. Instead of getting upset, we're just going to go, when are they going to wake up? What do you reckon? Hope the news people get the same thing, because you don't want to do it too far, too long things. Everything can be outdone, right? And go out of control. Like a child, when you start mucking around, you go, that's enough, and they don't stop. Right? But doing it at certain times for certain reasons, definitely if we haven't done it for a while, does not hurt. And it helps people see in an unharmful way, and it's good for morale for the other ones that don't need to learn a lesson, because it's fucking funny. Hey, have a good one, people. See ya. Because I've never cried when I've approached bad guys. I've always defended myself all the way through my life. Always! Always! But when it comes to the police, I decided not to fucking stab one and shit and go crazy and do what other people do when they know they're getting attacked unprivileged, or punch them in the head, or spit in their fucking face, or get grabbed and go, you piggy pigs. I thought I would show, see if they've got some remorse, and I'll show truth in another way, going, someone help me, because these people are doing something unlawful, right? And not helping me, and helping the person who was attacking me. And I wanted to see if they would see that, and what they would do when they grab such a person going through that. And you know what they would do? Their fucking job. Just like they did when it come to COVID, and they punched people out because they were wearing a mask, and they hurt people. Because they're not doing the right thing. They're just doing their job, what they're told to do. And that's sad if that's true. Because in the end, that shows that they are bad guys. And it shows us something. And so if I know they're bad guys, and that's truly them, then, and we do, because I've shown it now, people, and you've seen it and heard about it. Yes, I cried a little bit, and I carried on, and I called people out at certain things. Yes, I did. You would see it in the little camera they'd have in the back of their little Debbie van of what I was saying. Check it out about the people that I was dealing with. I was screaming. I was screaming why I couldn't see my loved one. And I even had to talk to her and then about afterwards why I couldn't. And they realised they did a wrong thing. But you know what? The police should have offered them to come and see me, to calm me down. They couldn't even do that. They couldn't calm me down, and they didn't even let a loved one come and see me to calm me down. They didn't even mention to do it. Okay, people? But anyway, that's the only time in my life I've actually ever carried on like that. Other than that, I punched every other motherfucker in the face and I stood up to him and said, come on. And that's what I've always been like. So have a good one. G'day everybody. What would you fight for all day long? Would it be for freedom? Would it be for truth? Would it be for righteousness? And righteousness means science, truth, and what is right. What's the best way for us? Righteousness, right? Or do you do things for money, like everybody does, people? What do I mean by that? Well, whatever's in first has money. And so if they get competition, they might say, I don't want that competition. I don't want that problem. I'm already here. I've already got money. You know what I'm going to do with that money? I'm going to promote that not to happen, even though that way is better than the next existing way. We all know that mankind doesn't like to change. And so it uses money to promote and make people look stupid. What do I mean by that? Well, they don't understand science properly. They don't see it properly. The law screws them up with this because I've explained to people about drugs and what's better for us and all that stuff. And then I put on the drug list what we should use from the top 10 downwards, people, and what is bad for us and what kills us and all this kind of thing. I did a study on it ages ago. And then I found out, why don't they use such other drugs? Is it because they're more dangerous? What is it? And you know what I found? When it comes to marijuana, why they don't like to use it, my theory, people, is because they can't control it as good. What do I mean by that? It's a seed. You can just chuck it out and you don't need to do much to it to use it. So that means if the people have this seed, right, they'll have to keep themselves relaxed and use this seed in many different ways because it's a magical seed. It's a miracle seed, right? It really is. It depends on how you use it, right? And because of this, the bad guys, the people who make money, don't want to hear that, right? And they could sell it and market it, but they won't be able to do it as good if you're able to do it. You get it? Right? So what they do is they try to promote you not to have things like this. So that way they can supply what they think is better, even though we know it's not. It doesn't make no sense, is it? But what happens is they go behind the scenes, people, with their money, right? And they make people be dumb and go, I don't understand that question. In fact, I'll ignore that question. I will say, it says here that it could be in your system for 6 months. I will say you're dangerous. I will say you're stoned for 6 months. Why? Because I don't want to hear the truth and I got money and the law is not there and I don't want to argue with the law because I might get in trouble somehow. I don't know. That must be it. Because they give us excuses. Nothing happens, does it? Right? You know what I'd like to see? A government system that is true to what they've got to say and don't give us falses and lies to control and manipulate us. These things can be sorted. They say, we can't do this, we can't do that. We can't make a real test, but we can make a TV. Yeah, right. They don't even try, people. They will pay people to pretend to try to make such tests. That's what I believe, because that's what the devil can do. Make things twisted and easy and coincidences. They use words, you could say with some groups like tarot readers, that they will use word magic to the people who just don't understand. And if they can get it to the ones that mostly won't check up shit and won't understand, they will win, won't they? You get it?
And you know how I can know that these people are wrong? Because what happens if I make alcohol the same problem? We can detect alcohol in different ways. Not that you just drunk, that how long is it in your system? Like they detect marijuana as they charge you because you're a driver. So they're charging you on this outcome, right? So we can do, and not be a hypocrite if I got into the politicians, right? And I don't care about alcohol. Oh no, that must be these other politicians that don't care about other things, right? You get it? And now I'm going to make alcohol the same test as all the rest. I'm going to make it the same. That's not hypocritical, is it, people? And I'm going to make alcohol just to show a point. I want to do this to show a point. Maybe as I'm showing the point and going to bring out the law, people might see. And I will say, if you've had alcohol and we can detect it in your system, that means you've had it before. We don't like it that people have alcohol. We're trying to stop it like marijuana, people. This is our excuse, right? And so this is how we're going to get people off bloody alcohol. We don't need to put the fucking prices up. All we need to do is do that law, people. And then everyone will stop drinking because they don't want to have a drink one day at a party or something to feel good and just try stuff. They won't want to because they might be fucked for the next 6 months. How would they feel? And when you get that feeling, that's what the government are doing to other people who rather have one drug because it reacts better to them than another drug that they have bad side effects on. But the government doesn't allow it because the government doesn't have common sense. It has people talk behind the scenes with money, and this is what, and all their opinions, and the government gets lost in it because it loves money, because it's in debt itself, because it doesn't know how to handle money. The government's first problem we ever see is they don't change policies and make new ways to make money. They just throw it out, don't they? And hoping that their plan works. We hear this year after year after year. And that is sound if it does work. But what happens year after year after year, people? The same shit. We're getting into debt. Not only this country, any decent country and the other countries that are all poor, they've already done that. And because they weren't that smart, we're just a little behind and had better tricks at it, didn't we? But in the end, and get to have our debts bigger. But in the end, all countries are in debt pretty much. And that's because of the bullshit, in my opinion. Let me know in comments, everybody, what you think. And let me know, do you think I'm really truthful? Do you think we should have leaders that think like this? That want real sense and real answers before they go out and make ridiculous laws? Okay, people? Do you think they should have a law where you can do a noise complaint, as I've shown you in several videos, at any time if they have a ridiculous excuse like kids in bed or got a headache or something, but the next factory up the road can turn in and go, dee, dee, dee. You understand? They're at these times between 7 and 7. They have time, so you look up, when can we make a noise? And you look it up on the internet, and it gives you a time when you can literally mow and do stuff, right? And yet I have a police officer that brings me a note saying that that law is technically a bullshit loophole, makes you feel safe. Look it up, and here's the real shit. And gave me 72 hours several times, twice I mean, to not make a noise because I was mowing or blowing. What a joke, eh? But it's the truth, and I've got the proof and the truth of it. And no one's discussed this about me, about these incidents yet. I went and made complaints after these incidents and got ignored. Why is that, people? Do they have a grudge against me? Do I have a case against me? I do not know. All I know is that bad people can make cases against you behind the scenes without no real evidence, and you get punished like they're talking the truth. What do you reckon? They can make court cases and claims against you, and if they don't turn up, it's all sweet, but if you don't, you get locked up. Doesn't that sound crazy? I've mentioned this before, but I can go on and on and on, and we wonder why people are losing it. Hey, bye-bye. Have a good one. G'day, everybody. I want to run down just a short little lesson about aliens. And if they were going to rock up to this planet, what would you see or expect to see? Now, to help people get the semantic a little easier, we present it differently for certain people. So I'm going to start off with talking about Independence Day and the alien in Independence Day and how they cut it open and there's a little alien inside that he wears a suit. Now he wears a suit, the alien, because if you go to another planet, as we do and you see movies and if you really think about things, unless you've been to that planet as an alien yourself and you've earned the immunity, like they say in another movie, War of the Worlds, where the aliens die because they're just completely stupid. They're like, we're aliens so smart we can get here, but we're so smart that we're going to run around and get all germs all over us. What dumb aliens, right? That movie's just disappointing because I don't think aliens would ever really do that. But hey, it looks good and gets the humans with a win at the end, hey? But anyway, back to the suit thing in Independence Day. They wear these suits because of that, and protection, and to be more powerful, like how we have robot suits and stuff, like how we see Halo. We see ourselves getting more powerful, being a Halo character in a suit, right? With all that, how could aliens communicate quickly? Right, if they need to do all that and it takes time, right, well, they've got to wear a suit, so they ought to do all that. But if they didn't want to do all that, what's another way of communication to connect? What's a good way of doing that? And what you can do is you can get a species from that planet. So what you do is you rock up, you beam them up, you get them, any sort of way, any species, you get them, and you splice that species with yours, right? Or you can connect that species to your mind. Because, say, telepathic thing is a normal thing to a higher species, right? So if you can telepath, right, what you do is you telepath connect. And you talk to them telepathically to see how you're going to react and connect before you connect. Good way of doing things, isn't it? Or you get one and you splice and you create a baby. They mention this, scientists, if you ever want to look this stuff up. Everything I speak, you can always double check if you want. Knock yourselves out on double checking. And let me know in comments if I got something wrong. Because occasionally we do get things wrong with memory as things do change. Or another scientist comes up with a better theory of what the previous theories were. But anyway, people, just think about when it comes to alien connection and how you think first contact's going to be. You know, high probability of first contact is robots, right? If they believe that AI can be workable, right, without it being its own species like a Borg, right? If they've got that and they work with them quite well, instead of having movies where it looks like they work with them like we do, to make you want them, right? But once they've proven them, AIs, right, because AI is its own being, so to get along with an AI, you got to make sure you can get along with things. And then you got to make sure you can get along with things that get smarter than you. Because a lot of people don't like to get along with people that get smarter than them. They start going, bloody smart ass, and rah, 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 I don't like them, you're too smart than me, I'm not smart. You know, them type of people, right? So you got to make sure when it comes to AI that you are highly intelligent, or you can control it, or you have a kill switch, or whatever it is. But AIs could get rid of a lot of things. Like, everything wants to live, so there's always around. Nature always finds a way, like they say in Jurassic Park, that guy in Jurassic Park, how he does that little sweet talk to the lady in the car about nature finds its way. Because it does. Anyway, people, I'm going to leave it there. Might let you have a little think about things. A little bit of a scroll. Might need to do a pausey. And we have a bird having a moment outside, which happen a lot around here, as they like to hang around the factories and little areas, and they get disturbed. So they go do 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 do. They do that kind of thing. It's pretty cool. You know, someone's replacing a globe. By the looks, wasn't working. Needed it tapping. Have a good one, people. Bye-bye.
It was in their ego.
Hearing
But somebody
sounds,
pretended like they
feeling
were on your side,
feelings.
but they weren't.
doesn't
or they could have
account too
pretended that they
much
was on this family
when
side,
it's
but they were their
having
frenemy.
it
They
for
wasn't
years
really on their side.
or weeks. When you feel things or hear things,
Yeah.
you
Somebody
expect
also was
things to
shocked
happen
that
quickly.
somebody
What is quickly
that
to
they
you
had
when you
trying to keep
feel
tabs on you
and
online
hear what you think is help
doesn't want to cause conflict for you
or
because you
something's
healed
happening?
from a relationship or something. You
Let me
already
know in
healed from
comments,
something. You
please.
mended your heart. You this rising angel, and they could be seeing this person as being entitled. This person that could have cheated on
You know what I've just heard
was just
before?
feeling entitled and selfish,
Some
and they just
police
wanted to destroy your
sirens.
friendship. So whoever this person
Been
is
hearing them a
that
little bit
they sent
lately.
towards you was supposed
Must
to
be the
trick
area
you
I'm
or
at.
something like that.
But I do hear them.
They looking at this person
And
as
I
they
just heard
weird
some
because
earlier.
like we not really friends kind of energy. Like
You
they're
could
their
say
frenemy.
15, 20
They're not
minutes,
your frenemy. It's
10
whoever
minutes
this
ago.
person is. The mean girl.
I don't keep
They
track of
don't
time
fuck with her for
sometimes.
real.
Definitely when I'm
Like she a
tired.
hater. That's how they looking at her.
Anyway,
Okay.
have a good one, people.
And the only reason why
Bye-bye.
she want to do this is
Time.
because
And date for you. There's a date. There's a day for you. Have a good one. Why I say that is because when wars happen a lot, and we hear it over and over again in a lot of them, is that people know things. The other team knows the other team's over there. And what are they doing? Because they all spy on each other, right? So I'm not saying that Israel did anything, right? Like they're saying. They might be telling the truth. But I also look at all points, and listening to what he was saying, it sounds like they were watching the other group when it happened, right? Either they were doing that, right? Or they knew the other group, if they were watching, they should have known that it was about to happen. They might not have had enough time to do anything or say anything, but they also might have knew that let's just let it go. Right? We'll watch them and let it go because we don't like them. Just like he was saying, he keeps mentioning about Hamas and the atrocities that he does. When you feel like that and you know an enemy's about to go do something, you won't step in. And if you know that you could have stepped in, then deep down into God, you're a little bit part of it because you allowed it. Hopefully it's not that, but we do that. As like I say, I won't do a certain thing to someone who deserves it, as it hasn't hurt me enough, but if it's hurt someone else enough, they might do it, and I might just let it go because I think that I agree with that person, that they feel even worse than me and I didn't like it in the first place. And it's a human trait to let things go like that, isn't it? But when it comes to doing the right things, you shouldn't. When it comes to the eyes of God, if you know you can do something, you should try your best, even if you couldn't stop it. So they could have looked at the situation and went, oh, you know, these people might be able to help us out. They're attacking our same enemy, but they're going to do it wrong. And then it might even backfire on us as well, knowing that we know, or stories that go out, right? Might backfire, like it already is with Israel, right? And so that's why you should at least try to step in, because then you could say we did this, this, and this. That's how we had the video. So hopefully the video is not from them. And the video is coming from the terrorists. But if that's happening, how did that happen? But anyway, I don't want to go on it too much, because it could be many different things. But it's many things that you have to look at when it comes to what could have happened and why it happened. Right? And what I said is true. That just means that Israel's not as bad as the other group, but they allowed it to happen, and they should admit that if it ends up being true and apologise for being as bad as the other group in a way. Not as bad, but still being bad. That's how I see it. If that's true about
watching them. Anyway, it's like with the World Trade Center kind of thing, how the Americans knew about the terrorists and they know about things, but they don't do no actions. And when that happens, it's not your fault, but it is your fault because you take a risk, and that's what life is. And they go, well, we knew they're going to do it, but we weren't quite blah, 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 blah. But it's always good to cover your butt. See, when it comes to God, people always say, just let God deal with things. But that's not how it works. Is that God will back you up if you do the right things and your actions. If you do completely nothing, well, God will do completely nothing. But if you stand up for the right thing and work hard for it, then God might step in and help you. Anyway, have a good one, people. And if you do just as wrong as enemies, He might just watch as well, and better off staying out of it. Have a good one. How do we get kids to find the person within them? What's the first baby step that I can think of straight away, just hearing this, giving me a few minutes to think about it, is that teachers, or who's going to be their teacher, you know, they class off 20 or 30, a number that a teacher can handle is what they need to class off, otherwise they need more teachers. So they need to figure that number out and why. And then these teachers, before they start school, they need to have a one-on-one personal conversation with their student. And they talk to their students with some questions and get along with them as well to connect just before they come to the school. So that way they'll know the teacher as well as the little connection that they do, like, hi, I'm going to be your teacher and all that. And it's like a shrink lesson kind of thing. So teachers will have to know a little bit of this. And so I'm going to tell them now, right? And what you need to do is you ask them what they know, right? So you got to find out who their parents were, what they know, what they've been taught, because they'll be like their parents usually. Or they could be their individual self. So you need to find out what their parents wanted them to be and what they do and what they relate. And you need to find out what they like. Do they like it, or do the parents like it that you like it? Little bit like that, right? To find out where they're heading and find out what they say. They might tell you some few other little things. So when they first tell you, oh, but I like police officers and it's got nothing to do with their family, that's a good hint that they're heading their own direction. So you go, okay, and you can see where they might be at. What type of help or things that they know if they wanted to be a police officer. Besides the standard. Every teacher has to teach the standard, which is math, English, science, and history. And the way we live, the way society lives. You bang that in, and you teach them those things and writing, right? But you also got to teach them that they've got to be themselves throughout this lesson and find themselves. They've got to find themselves, true? But what happens at school? They've got to find themselves out of school or in place time, which is not enough time. And sometimes they've got to do work for their parents or their standard life, clean the room, and the school extra work again, which is teaching them the basics, history and all that, but that's not teaching you who you are. So they're getting minimal help on that, unless their parent helps them with that, which parents could be busy. So a lot of people in the big mass scale do not get that help. So they get lost a lot. That's what I found, and I found a lot of other people are similar. So what do you have to do about that? Connection. Because after you teach them all what you need to do there, they can have a time where they got to be themselves, what they want to do with themselves with the equipment there. So if they're into art, they might do a bit of art every day. Or if they're into police, they might research police. Or if they're into, all sorts of things. They got to find what their spare time is good to do. Not just play. You don't let them play, right? You go, well, you can't play all your life, can you? We're at school. That's after school stuff. Because that's what they do a lot. They play after school, don't they? And so when you're playing, do you find yourself? Occasionally you might, but it doesn't help. It's playtime. It's enjoyment time more than finding yourself. And in that enjoyment time, you may just find yourself, which a lot of people do. Because when you're in enjoyment, you can have a high probability of finding yourself. Looks like a fly just got into
Black Betty's top web there. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there because there's more to it. It's a big subject, but that gets you going of what you need to do. Now, just see that.
Got out.
It got out, did it? What is it? No, it didn't. No, it's there. Black Betty. It's there, Black Betty. Oh, the little baby's looking. It's going to get out now. What? Step in. Oh, wow. Black Betty might be full. You coming out, baby? Your web's hopeless. Well, there's one in here, and she hasn't eaten it. Maybe she's done with flies. Yeah, she can see. She might think I'm bugging around with her. The fly's not stupid, so you got out. I'll let you go. It's like, I don't want to die. Get the hell out of there. There you go, buddy. Maybe next time. You did get jammed in a bit, but it's a bit dirty. So, I can see the baby's running around a bit. I might, she's just recently had some food. Maybe Black Betty's like, you're going to clean my web? She hasn't eaten, I think she's pretty full. She didn't eat this one here. It looks like it's landed in there yesterday or something. It's still sort of there. Yeah, she's there. I can see her. I don't know if you can see her properly on camera there, but she's right there. She's sitting there. And the babies are running around. Anyway, bye-bye. Little different ending there for you with Black Betty. See ya. Why do I say you can send these people to your enemies?
Body shamings and so body shaming and judgments. Look, through word of mouth, shit talking you because they want you to feel insecure. Look, still not over you or someone. Someone is still not over it. They're not over you, bro. They're not over you. Even if this person has a new person.
You know why we lose a lot of information? It's because people aren't willing to
like manipulate
give it over.
Ooh, jealous, yeah, ooh,
they'd rather die with it.
So now they're taking their frustrations
Why?
out on their new person, and this new person's like, well, as long as those used to be fine.
People aren't deserving of things?
And it's because
what do you reckon?
Work. Their tactics did not work. Okay?
They do tactics
Maybe
all the time?
Tried to shame
that could
you,
be the reason, eh,
you,
people?
Tried to, talk shit about you or make you feel a little less than, negging, that type of bullshit. Where it's like passive-aggressive insults, but it's like negging, okay? Oh, your hair looks good, but I liked it better like this. You look so much better
I can't wait
like this.
to be
but
alone.
Your hair looks good right now.
It's very peaceful.
Bitch,
and to see people every now and then is a good thing. But you don't need to see people very often. But have a good one, people. Bye-bye. Hopefully I'll get more than love bombing or basic stuff.
6.56 in
and he'll comment back on this. Because if he says he loves my shit, then I'll get a comment back.
Regard. Yes.
How does he love my shit, everybody?
Negative.
How do you know that?
And then,
so you should give me if I wanted to get a friend, I want one that can talk to me normal, right? And not get too upset and give me communication. There's the fella.
Regard.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's enough. If you enjoyed the video, give it a rating, subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you soon.
No worries. Bye. I don't know about describing.
Disregard.
But I do use content that I already know as well. Save me saying shit, right? Because I like to share. But I could look up the information if I wanted to do the same shit as him and go, what's a disregard? And put it all in my head and then go, let's do a video about all the thoughts of what we think is disregard. Right, which is fine. You want to get into that kind of video, right? You can do that kind of videos in all sorts of shit. Right? But that's not what I do. Right? Does he know what I do? Does he disregard the things I do? We'll find out, people. See what loves? All from him. Check out the comments. Right? That's why I'm hoping he's a buddy. You could call this a test to find out if people are your buddies or not and how they react to how you communicate. Anyway, have a good one, people. And shabba-bye. Hopefully I'll get more than love bombing or basic stuff.
6.56 in
And he'll comment back on this. Because if he says he loves my shit, then I'll get a comment back.
Regard. Yes.
Huh? How does he love my shit, everybody?
Negative.
How do you know that?
And then,
so you should give me if I wanted to get a friend, I want one that can talk to me normal, right? And not get too upset and give me communication. There's the fella. Yeah.
So, I guess that's enough. If you enjoyed the video, give it a rating, subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you soon.
No worries. I don't know about describing, but I do use content that I already know as well. Save me saying shit, right? Because I like to share. But I could look up the information if I wanted to do the same shit as him, go, what's a disregard, and put it all in my head, and then go, let's do a video about all the thoughts of what we think is disregard, right? Which is fine. You want to get into that kind of video, right? You can do that kind of videos in all sorts of shit, right? But that's not what I do, right? Does he know what I do? Does he disregard the things I do? We'll find out, people. See what loves? All from him. Check out the comments. Right? That's why I'm hoping he's a buddy. Right? You could call this a test to find out if people are your buddies or not and how they react to how you communicate. Right? Anyway, have a good one, people. And shabba-bye. Now, the day I went to the weir was a little while after I lost my license. Wasn't meant to drive, but I drove there. So they can come and give me a fine for that. But I guess they need evidence and all that kind of thing, because I could just be saying a story. No? But I drove to the weir that day. I did it as quick as I could, because it was a mission. Remember that day when I drove to the weir? Yeah. Anyway, I drove to the weir that day. I got out, and it's the section where there's the kookaburra and all that. They've got a kookaburra there, artwork. Used to be a playground, but now it's more like artwork. And I went to the end, past that to the end where it's rocky rocks and a little cliff, so you don't see where I was sitting. You can sit down there. While I was sitting there, it was cold and windy, and I was thinking about things, talking to my God, praying. And a little medium black duck, come pretty close to me, probably about 20 meters from my right direction. And then I started looking around, watched it and walked to it and stuff. And then I looked around the other side for a little bit, and then I turned back around and it was gone, like it vanished on me. I wanted to see it float away, but anyway. And so not long after that, I got back in my car. The car turned up there too, the little driveway part. Someone was sitting in it just as I was leaving. So that'll relate to somebody. And some people were up around the other side corner. Wasn't many people there at all that day, as it was winter time pretty much. That's why it's cold and windy. And so I drove home after that. And that's what happened that day. And I don't do another big prayer. That's what I call a big prayer. When I'm actually asking, need kind of thing. And then when it comes to the police, I end up, when they locked me up in a little cell thing. I had my moment. And when I left, I felt the need to run to Twigman Stump, and do a pray and talk to Twigman Stump. It's the way I connect to the earth and to my God, because you need somewhere to connect and to relate to. So there's my little story. And have a good day. Bye. G'day everybody. I want to talk about housewife duties and what it's like, in my opinion, and what I've seen, and what I would do, or how I would see it and be in it if it was going to be in that kind of thing, is housework and being a housewife is the best job ever. And now I'm going to explain why. When you're a housewife, you get to have your own kids, right? Most of the time, unless you're adopting one. You get to train them like an animal. So if you don't train your animal right to sit and do all the right things at the right time, you're going to get a lot of problems later.
So depends on how you approach it. So you make sure you approach this housewife or houseman, whatever you want to call it, job appropriately from the start. Because the sooner you approach it, the better the outcome of your upgrades of getting promotions in life, which is a better life, right? Promotions. And here it goes. You raise your kid right at the start so they're helpful and they know all the right things. And you don't make them be smart asses or all that kind of thing. You don't let them go kind of thing, because that's how kids like that turn out. Is you make sure, if you can, doesn't always happen, every kid does change, depends on who they're hanging out with. So that's another thing as a parent that you make sure of, because my parents did the same thing, and I heard other friends of mine also talk about who you're hanging around with. I don't want you hanging around with them, as you're transforming a being to be a certain being, right? So what you do is you get your kids right, if you've got kids, and you start from the start to the end. Whatever you get wrong there, so if you're failing 10 years later and you're getting problems, that might be because you failed earlier, and that's just the way it is. It's like making a project, doing a work, raising an animal, right? So when it comes to kids, you get them right. Hopefully you do. These are the people that they do, because you hear about it, you can't a lot of times. But it depends on how you approach things and how you treat beings like you treat animals. So how do you treat an animal? You treat it like shit, then you might treat a human like shit because you think that's how it's meant to be. But what is really treating something fair? So if you stick to the right rules all the time, you might find the things around you might go along with you a bit better. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's something I can talk more in the future if I have to deal with the kids part. But I'll go, we got no kids, right? You can look after, I'll get the house all nice and clean, so every place has a house. Woman's at work, it's the new age. Women love to work these days too. So I can say all this. They want jobs, they want to work. They don't want to be the cleaner anymore. They're bored of it, apparently, right? I reckon it's the worst time, because we've got technology that makes their job a whole lot easier, and men just still have to work just as hard. We make more work be done with technology. You know the difference? So we're out of there. We'll be happy to be, or I would, happy to be a houseman and just keep the house clean, have a wife go off to work so we don't have to live the poorer life, right? And hopefully she gets a good job, get her to get a good job like all wives want their man to get. They try to get the ones that have the best of jobs, otherwise I might just leave, or, not getting along, we might fight a lot because I'm not happy kind of thing, right? Until you get the money that makes you happy. So the job, I guess, right? So either the man gets the woman with a good enough job that he knows that they get enough money, right, to the income. I hear this a lot from women, right? So men will do the similar thing, I guess. And the other way around is the same thing. The only difference I see when it comes to men and women is that after I've done all these things and I get my spare time, I'm going to have a chat with other guys like me. Hopefully I'll find them and they're similar to me. And we can have, poker games and talk some fun and stuff instead of whinging. Hopefully we won't become like I hear about women on Housewives and that, and just whinge about their life and their family and shit. And they hate everything they do, right? And never satisfied. So hopefully you don't change to that. I call that turning into a beautiful person, because your job is actually a little bit too easy. Definitely these people with wives or husbands with a lot of money, right? And that's why you see those crazy housewife shows. The more richer they are, the more really crazy they sound, because they're making all these problems up that only they create, right? Because technically, if you got money and everything's sweet, life should be sweet, but they've created these problems. So it's not even sweet for them. It's weird. They've got money and they're still not sweet. Pretty shocking, when it comes to those type of people. But anyway, I would love to be a houseman with a wife with a beautiful job, and would go on holidays all the time. And when she comes back, I'd go, yeah, how was your day and everything? I'd actually enjoy it. I really would. And then see the kids. I get to see the kids more and everything. I find that part of the life way more better. And then the kids looking up to me more likely, because what you see more, that's what happens, right? And have that life than the working life. But we have to choose each one, or both, do a bit of both, of course, if you can amalgamate it. But when you have kids, you pretty much need one to stay at home, though. But when you don't have kids, you can split that up, make it a bit more fairer. I guess if you have, like to do a little bit of both. But you make sure you probably don't have kids, because it's hard to split up jobs and that and go, well, my man's going to take over the rest of the day's job. Hey, maybe you might find an employer that'll do that for people, so we can have a new age where you hire someone and it could be their husband and wife at a job where they 50-50 it. so that way everyone can 50-50 it and see their kids a bit more often. But anyway, that's something for the politicians apparently. But apparently if we all vote for something, and no matter what the politicians say, if everyone wants it, we can make it happen. So, but we'll say what the politicians say, so that way they feel like they have more power, people, and we'll say it's up to the politicians. But when it comes to anything real and anything that you want to do out there, people, when it comes to a new age, it's up to you to truly stand up and speak and continually speaking and only speak about that and talk about that and do those actions until you get what you want, right? Which will make the government do it. That's how it works from the power of the people. If you don't speak enough and you speak and they say, oh, yeah, we'll do it, and then you let it go, you're going to get the same cycle that we can look back in history when it comes to the broken promises. Anyway, people, have a good one and see you laters. Little bit of other little jokies there for you. Bye. G'day, everybody. Don't you feel like that it's going to be the same shit as last year? And can't you see that his enemies are shitting themselves when it comes to Donald Trump? As far as I'm concerned, me seeing enemies and the way they talk about him should actually help Donald Trump. Because you should see how much his enemies are so scared that he's going to get in. I've never seen enemies when it comes to politicians being so scared than against Donald Trump ever since he's gotten in. True, people? They've been so scared. So really, the wisest decision when you look at things, really, is that you should vote for Donald Trump. Because he doesn't go around telling who he should block, who you shouldn't vote for and all that. You do your vote yourself. And if these people think they need to step in and do some blockages so people don't vote, what does that tell you, people? Really? Don't you see that these enemies of his use every little loophole and every bit of power they can and say anything to make sure that someone doesn't get in? Sounds pretty crazy to me. When the truth prevails, the people will see. If you're trying to tell the people, you don't want to listen to him, you don't... Now, if he's bad, get the people to listen to him. Show the people, right? Not talk bullshit, not block and don't tell. What is that? Anyway, that's my opinion, everybody. When it comes to politicians and the bullshit they do in America. You know what? When it comes to politicians, America's are the biggest jokes, and they talk a lot about a lot of things, don't they? Way too much. Like, you don't see us talking about all these politicians on the news every 5 seconds before we go to do an election here in Australia, do we? And other countries. But America, oh my God, that's all they talk about. And then they do all the tricks in the book to show the world how much they're not really a free country and how much they bitch and whine and won't let people just be people. Hey, anyway, have a good one and bye-bye, everybody. Stop using names. Is that taken away of rights of speech? No. I think humans whinge about too much stuff. Why are they whinging about rebranding? Is it because it's affecting their money? Is it because they can get more money attacking people that use their names? You know what I mean, people? Is things really necessary? Anyway, you can always ask people why they said their name. They go, well, I like this name, it fits with my company, blah, 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 blah. Right? And there's duplicates of names all over the place. We do it with English speaking, for Christ's sake. But you know what the problem is? Everybody wants to get rich quick. Everybody wants to have these rights to make you get rich quick like everybody else. So if there's the devil running around pushing buttons and getting things just by pushing buttons, and people know about it, what do you think is going to happen? People are going to go, well, that's unfair. I want to do what he's doing. But we all can't do it, can we? Why is that? Right? How does the markets work? Who always stays richer? People. No? Just wake the fuck up. All the evidence is all right in our face. But a lot of people don't see it collectively all around the world. It's because we're not all taught the same. We haven't seen all the same information to add it up. Like I did when I watched docos, and I've told people before. You watch information, you hear news, you wait for time, you watch information, you hear news, and the more information that you watch and the more news you watch, the more smarter you can get to come to a logic, to work, put it all together, right? Because that's how smart people get shit done, is they put it all together, or you hear someone that's put it all together, like we've heard with another guy the other day saying, I learnt in 6 months what someone learnt in a lifetime. That's called sharing. Right? Obviously, he got paid to share that information. That's why we put out books, to get paid. But if we put out information and let everyone else, and you worked all your life, but then you put out information and then let everyone else get all that information that you worked all your life for, and you don't get paid, do you know what that's called? That's called being an idiot and letting everyone have your information and you work for nothing in the end, doesn't it? Well, they make all the money because the money is what makes the life, isn't it? Or they stole all that information, didn't they? Because you haven't made a cent, and they're making money off of information that you haven't made a cent off yet, but you earned it, and you had to get it all your life to get those questions, that information, right? And these people think, definitely the ones that can learn someone's information in 6 months, think they can turn up and steal your information, and you haven't even earned any money. And you know why they do that too? Because they say they can. They can do it better, they say. Things like that, don't they? Or someone else does it and then puts out your information to everybody else, right? Which ends up being a fallout guy. See, if someone else stole my information and started putting it out, like I've said, and I'm not making no money, so you put in that story, and it's just one person, then he spreads it out to everyone else, and then the whole world's starting to use it, and they still got this guy hidden back, right? What do you call that? When this guy comes out and all his information's gone, how does he get his money? Does he sue every single one that got information from the other dude? Because it's all connected, isn't it? It's like a dude killing someone and then people getting benefits of his murder by telling people what he got. Right? And do you want some? Don't say anything, you know. Things like that. The world is terrible. Sins have never just appeared, right? Look at the stories more clearly and don't just hear a little bit, yeah. Don't get fooled by the people in the suits telling you things, right? Because they're in a suit and you think, oh, their life's better than mine, I should listen. That is not true. Their life could be better than yours in deceiviest ways. And when it comes to this world, most people, I believe, are in a life because of deceiviest ways, right? And so I chuck out these questions, like I've been talking about deceivious people and stuff like that. I can chuck these out, and people all want questions, right? Let's see when I get a question answered, or someone talks about my question, right? Because like I said, a lot of the devil minions rather say he's putting out a question he doesn't know, he wants to know. We won't tell him. Hilarious, keep thinking that. Like I said, there is some questions that I haven't got 100% answer. But when I think of the question, I've definitely got theories, right? That's how you get to the question, right? But you want the question to be guaranteed answered. That's how science is when we're trying to figure out things. So you bring in others to help you out with that, don't you? But anyway, like I said, this world has a lot of problems. It might have been caused because they strung up Jesus. How's this for a theory? Because they strung up Jesus, they thought they got rid of their sins because Jesus, the problem in that time, just appeared. He stopped, the kings and queens can go back to what they were doing because the person that was carrying on is dead, and now they can say he's dead, so who wants to listen to him? You get it? Easy brainwashing power. Right? Like a bad guy shooting priests and going, where's your fucking God now? Right? Maybe that was a test or something. Right? A lot of things are tests when it comes to this whole world. And like that story back then and stories we've had, there was nothing around, and the next minute there's these big stories and incidents. So, that guy that got shot in the head by an asshole, maybe his God will turn up to his kids and shoot them in the fucking head. And then, when that happens, his kids, and he won't know, get shot in the fucking head because they're evil motherfuckers in the end, right? Or they had a fate and someone did the same thing back to them. What do you think they're going to think? It's the same shit, isn't it? Where's your God? And all it comes down to is, where was your heart? That's where it was. Where was the right thinking and why we're here, really, to live? Right, are we here to destroy the world and bring our end? Or are we here that makes more sense to learn, hopefully not destroy so much, like a kid learning and doing the right thing in the end. And then once we figure out this spot, learning at this home, we get to leave this home and get to go to another home and find other homes that are even better because we've learned to get along and do space travel. You get it. Then we get to have more friends because we've learned to get there because we're not barbaric and these friends want to let us in, just like humans talk about today, about being certain ways. No? Just think about it. Maybe we have to get to a spot where we don't need any drugs. Like some of the rich people say today, I don't want you to be my friend because you're a smoker. I don't want you to be my friend because you drink. I don't want you to be my friend because you take drugs every now and then. Right? Put the aliens in the same boat. Maybe they don't want to be our friends because of all our problems. You get it? So how we think, they might think. But what you need to think about is, what's the right way with all the knowledge we know? Plus the people we can talk to, our elders. The ones that usually used to have more knowledge was elders back in the day, because the older you got, the more knowledge you got. Definitely if you're in the world of less learned knowledge as you get older, right? And so you can speed up things. The elders used to pass down knowledge, but they'd already be rewarded for the knowledge that they got, so they can pass it down. They'll in a rank, an elder. You get it? But anyway, I'll leave it there. And have a good one, people, because I might want to use this for tiki-toki, and I'll keep it under 10 minutes. Have a good one, but I bet you that'll get a lot of people thinking with those questions and answers. And wouldn't it be good if we can get people actually talking about that and waking up? Because we all know we can do the wrong thing for ages. We have. We've been barbaric for hundreds of thousands of years, and we slowly changed. It's up to us to change. When a change happens, and usually for the better, all the way through history, we've seen what happens. Hopefully we're connected enough to talk to all the bad guys around the world to get them to wake up. But if that can't work, there's proof about things do need to happen, and we just got to go take these people out who are doing the wrong things. Simple as that. Like ants, we've got to get these grasshoppers. Okay, people, if we don't do that like ants, we're going to be just like ants through the movie where the grasshoppers control them. Have a good one. Okay, everybody. Now, obviously this person didn't understand my question, which is, understandable, I guess. But my question, right, is at the top here. And then they sent me this, about companies own colours, stuff, right? But they don't really own them that far, do they? Right. So every time there's companies out there, so every time I wear blue or I want to put blue in a product, I've got to pay the company blue. Is that what's going on now? That's what I was laughing about. Imagine it got that far, because that's where we're fucking heading, don't you think? Because we have a lot of smart asses that like to tap into shit and go, we know better because we're better in that sector. Something like that. Or they're just being nice to help me out with things. What do you reckon when someone sends that kind of comment? They must have just got it wrong. That's what I'll put it down as. Because people rush into things. Which is another problem that human beings need to solve. It's alright to rush into things if it's not too important. But I'm talking about people with big decisions. Rush in and fuck up big decisions because of rushing in. What do you reckon? Anyway, I'm going to leave there. Hope no one gets upset about anything. You only ever get upset if you had a bad intention. Right? Means you can get caught for doing a bad intention. And you knew it. And people know that you knew it. True? But other than that, no one can help what happens
when people do bad intentions and people know. Other than that, everything's always all cool because people always assume until you ask the person themselves, which is me, and this person here, if they had anything wrong with what I got to say, they can send me another comment saying, hey man, I've just seen that video. As I tell people, I post up videos. Well, I'm actually expecting this, waiting for things like this, as it takes a million years to get recognised on YouTube, which I'll talk about in the future. Sad for YouTube, but good for rich people, as how they work, right? And I'll have a good debate about that. But till then, there you go, people. Have a good one, and bam, bam. Now, make sense of this. We send money overseas to help when people are in need, right? In a war and stuff like that. Millions and millions and shitloads of millions, right? But we won't help the ones that actually travel to get here. And people who travel to get somewhere, instead of just staying in the country, usually are more pushing people, I could say. People who are willing to go further to get something done. That's how I see it. They could also be crooks, true. But I think most of them are people who just want to get it done and don't want to sit around and wait for things. And so they get here. Of course, we shouldn't say to come over here in boats, as it is dangerous, true, the way they do it. But if they get here, we should help them out. It doesn't hurt to have an island. Yes, we've just cleared it, right? But to help them out, we can do it and let them do it themselves. So we have an island, we have a place we take them there to find out what type of people they are and what information we can get. And while they're there, they do their own work to a garden and to make things happen. Because if they can't, we will send them back. If they can't look after themselves on this island and show how good they are by looking after themselves. How good are they? And can they look after themselves and make money on this island as we learn who they are, right? And then we give them citizenship after 2 years or a year. We make up a time, find out who we are. We put them through this program. We see if they're willing to work, right? How hard is it to do that? So come here, mate. Instead of yelling and screaming at them, telling them off, how would you like it if you were in such a country and you were about to get killed? You couldn't stand there and wait. And it's better off for you to take the risk to get on a boat than to stay there and might get killed and might get saved. Or you get on a boat and hopefully they'll see how strong and willing you are to get somewhere to make something happen. How would you feel? What would you do if you're in such a place? These people who are going against it. How would you feel if you got on a boat and that was the only thing you had to travel and to make it happen? Because you know you'll have a better chance than the whole country getting a little bit of something maybe off the leader when Australia sends money. You get it? Or do you want to go straight to the Australians and get help straight from them? I prefer that than some money that might come to us from Australia. Australia should just put that money into that section, shouldn't they? And not send it to the country. The country shouldn't have money. They're not handling their situation. So we get people from there. We'll put that money in to help the people that get here. Isn't that a better way of seeing it and putting it? Is it so difficult as a parent to do that for kids? Because that's how you look at it. No? Australia, the parent, we'll just turn them away. The ones that come. And then we'll give money to the groups of kids over there and just say, stay over there. You know why they really actually give money? They give money because they hope they get something out of it. It's not really just to help. Yeah, it looks like we're helping, but behind the scenes, they usually want something out of it besides just a good citizen. Don't you think? That's what I've seen. But anyway, that's my opinion. And even if they don't want nothing out of it, and they're just throwing away millions and on millions for relief, how stupid does it look that we give out money for relief, but we turn away people on boats? It looks pretty stupid that we'll give money and go, stay over there, don't bother coming over here, even if you try really hard. We'll turn you away and make you feel like shit. And then when they get back to their country, they'll say, Australian, nice, yeah, right. They want something. Don't you think? Anyway, have a good one and see you later. Bye-bye. I could talk all day long about that. Well, I sure hope I get a reply. That'd be great. Well, have a good one. See ya. What can we do about these migrants? They'll only put up inflation. Inflation's the word today, and we all know that we can use, just mention inflation, people will be unhappy. So, and that could be a part of inflation. Yes, it's true. We can look back because inflation's got to do with everything we do. And it all adds up, and if it all starts failing and goes stupid in stupid areas, inflation goes up. That's inflation. You can't really pick one area when it comes to inflation, or 5 or 6 or 10, but you can if you want to, and you can pick the biggest. Are you really picking the biggest areas of how to fix inflation? It's usually many, many, many things. Okay, and I've done a little bit of a clip about the inflation, but people want to ignore me and not spread me and rather listen to news as bullshit, and they're so-called professionals who get paid to spread bullshit. Is my opinion. But anyway, when it comes to inflation, and people coming over here will not bring up inflation. In fact, sending over people, and you know they're good people, right, because the other ones you just send back, will actually make inflation better, right? Definitely if they do their job. So how do we know they do their job? Well, I've mentioned it about that we can take them to a certain island to find out about if there's certain people. And while they're on this certain island, what they can do is they can support themselves. So if they can prove, if they can just go to an island that has already a veggie garden and that, and if they can just wait, and if they can share out, and we might give them a little bit of food if we need to for 3 months. So that's our worst thing we might have to do for this people, and that's a better thing than what's going around. And you get them to make their own food. You go, this is the time limit, this is what you can do, all right? Unless you've got a really good excuse like nature come in and fucked it up with some bully, right? You have to get this done to prove it, that it's part of the test of becoming a citizen of Australia. And you feed yourself and you look after yourself, and then while you're on here and on this island, we'll have materials around, and you can show us, and the internet and other things, to show us what you could do to put into society. We can even help you teach yourself too with the education you might need to learn, as we've got a lot of education these days that can help you self-teach. What do you reckon? I'm getting sick of talking and sick of hearing. Aren't you people? Have a good one. Bye. We're meant to have laws to prevent problems, aren't we, people? Now we seem to have laws that create problems. Don't you think? How many things have I mentioned about laws that create problems? Like, you can make a noise complaint at any time. That law will create a problem. Because people will all say, my kid's in bed, this and that, because it's not a time limit anymore. It's just that they can, right? Create a problem. When people ring up about abuse or any violence or any such thing like that, but they're drunk, but you can still talk to them, right, and get answers. They're not completely out of it.
coppers will leave. Or if you video them too. Because they don't want to be seen doing their job. Pretty ridiculous, hey? How do we fix things? We have police and a system that is fair and just. Not a system that is controlling and picks what it wants to do. Hey people. So we have that such problem. What do we do about it? You know what the Amish did? They made their own police because they were different than the society, and the society didn't care about what they were going through. So they made their own police that cared about their laws. What do you reckon we should do, people? Have a good one.
What's going on here? Nah.